EO, barring men from participating in women's sports within any educational program that receives federal funding. And it was the most amazing thing to be there. And you have all of these young girls. I'm talking 5, 6, 7, 8 years old. They've got their jerseys on, their sports uniforms, their big bows in their hair that they wear on the soccer field. That visual means more to me than I could possibly put into words, and that is what is at stake here. That is who Governor Mills is fighting, not Donald Trump. It's those little girls, and I believe that's sick. It's regressive is what it is. They do this under the guise of progress, indicating we are moving in the positive forward direction. No, what Governor Mills is doing, and again, Democratic governors across the nation, is deeply regressive and utterly misogynistic. Over the past 3 years, I've had the opportunity to speak to countless girls in Maine and again across the country, countless parents, coaches who all virtually say the same thing. Why wouldn't anyone protect my athlete? Countless. Why wouldn't anyone protect my daughter? Why wouldn't anyone protect me? I've talked to girls who have lost roster spots, of course, podium finishes. I've talked to girls who have been exploited and simultaneously exposed to naked men in intimate areas of undressing. I've talked to girls who have been severely injured in their sports due to a male player on the opposing team. For crying out loud, we have a female representative from Maine, Laurel Libby, you just heard from her. She didn't tell you what happened to her. She lost her ability to vote and to speak on the House floor for defending girls and women, for posting about what was happening in Maine. No, this type of oppression didn't happen in Afghanistan. No, this type of censorship didn't happen in England. It happened right here in America under Democratic leadership. Again, this isn't progress. I would describe this as betrayal. Let this be a notice, these actions that we have seen put forward today by the Department of Justice, by the Department of Education, to all other states who are not willing to comply with federal law, that federal law being Title IX, which is very clear in how it was originally implemented, or at least it should be. We never knew we had to define this word sex until these both elected and unelected bureaucrats started to go through the back door and reinterpret this word to mean what they want it to mean. Originally implemented in 1972, it was only 37 words, very brief. Ultimately, of course, preventing sex-based discrimination. Let this be a notice. California, Minnesota, the likes thereof. If you do not comply with federal law, you do not get to reap the benefits of complying with federal law. Of course, one of those benefits being receiving federal funds. Women are protected and recognized under federal law, again, that law being Title IX. The U.S. government under President Trump, including the Department of Justice, including the Department of Education, will not stand by and ignore when the federally protected rights of women and girls are being violated. Again, that encounter between Governor Mills and President Trump went viral for really all of the right reasons. I think she thought she had this mic drop moment when she said, "I'll see you in court." Guess what? You will, because President Trump is a man of his promises. That was his campaign slogan. That's what we've seen delivered. Promises made, promises kept. This is another one. People, the American people, girls, women, boys, men, old, young, white, black, gay, straight, none of those identity factors matter. We want transparency and we want accountability. Again, we voted overwhelmingly in favor of that on November 5th. And accountability is back in the White House. So I stand before you all today, and I thank you, again, Secretary McMahon, Attorney General Bondi. I thank you on behalf of course, myself, but I think more importantly, my younger sister, of all the women and girls who have dreams, like I did when I was young, to achieve, to succeed in my sport and beyond. So thank you.
Riley, thank you. And Zoe would now like to say something. Tell us about your sport too, Zoe.
So I compete in soccer and indoor track and outdoor track. And like was mentioned previously today, I had to watch at the main Class B state indoor track championship as my close friend and my teammate and other female competitors lost the state championship to a biological male. And this was heartbreaking for me to have to watch. And Riley said that it's betrayal, and that's what it is. It is the job of our elected officials to protect our young female athletes, and they have failed to do that. We walk into sports expecting to have a level playing field, and to walk into the state championship to see a biological male there and to lose to a biological male, that's betrayal. And so I am extremely grateful to AG Bondi for standing up for us when our elected officials aren't doing that. And on behalf of the girl athletes in Maine, I just want to say thank you all, and I look forward to having a level playing field back after this fight. So thank you.
And Cassidy wants to say a few words.
My first experience was when I was 13 years old. I was going to change for gym, and I walked into the locker room, and there was a biological male there. From that point on, my junior year, I competed in Nordic skiing and lost to a biological male numerous of times. I am fighting this fight for generations to come. And the fact that our governor can look the women of our state in the eyes and say, I'm not going to fight for you, is heartbreaking, and it's betrayal, like Riley said. I just want to thank all these women standing behind me and President Trump for fighting for us, because even though my own governor isn't fighting for me, I know there are people out there fighting for me.
Thank you, Cassidy. It takes a lot for these young women to be standing up here saying this too. And again, I'm looking at their amazing parents in the front row who have supported them, who I've gotten to know, who are protecting them every step of the way and telling them that they have a voice to stand up for themselves and future generations of young women to come and many athletes. Gates, should we take some questions?
Yeah, absolutely.
Questions?
Mary Margaret, Daily Wire.
Thank you, Attorney General Bondi. I wanted to ask if there's other states that you're focused on. Which ones are next for these types of abuses, including men and women's prisons?
Well, first we're looking at, for this, we're looking at Minnesota. We're looking at California. We're looking at many, many states, but they are the top two that should be on notice because we've been communicating with them. And just like Maine, we're not going out there. We don't want to be suing people. We want them to comply with the law. And that's what we're doing. We have given them opportunity, Maine, an opportunity over and over again. The Department of Education, HHS, they went and sat down with them in person, multiple meetings, and got nowhere. So now this is where we are because they refuse to protect young women in their state. So yes, Minnesota, California, multiple states. As far as prisons, had nothing to do with Title IX. We took away funding from Maine as well. We decided to go a different direction in our grants, because we saw one reason they allowed a 6'1", 245 giant man who had violently, no murders, nice, but he had violently murdered his parents with a knife and the family dog, serving life in prison, and he chose to identify as a woman. So guess where he's being housed? In a female prison in Maine. So therefore, my office, we don't want to give any more money to the Department of Corrections in Maine if that's how they're going to act. We're going a different direction in our funding.
Sadie with the Journal.
Hi there. So Maine's governor yesterday said there were maybe at most 2 trans athletes in Maine schools right now. I just was hoping you could talk a little bit about the sort of amount of federal resources that you're putting into this and why that's worth it given the small impact in Maine. And I have a second off-topic question, too. Given that it has some of the same elements as the fire bombings of Tesla dealerships that you've charged federally and called domestic terrorism, I'm wondering if you would say the arson at Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro's house would also be domestic terrorism and something you would investigate federally, and if not, what constitutes domestic terrorism?
Okay, so first the on-topic question about the, I haven't heard Janet Mills' comment. Governor Mills said it's only a couple trans athletes. Well, I think those are boys who identify as girls wanting to beat girls in girls' sports. Well, if one...
Pretending to be girls.
property. One, that's enough for us to be standing up here. One, no boy will be undressing in a girl's locker room. No boy will be walking in a woman's restroom. And no boy, when we're finished with this, will be beating young girls in sports. These young women many of them have trained, since you were in elementary school for your sport? Riley, when did you start swimming? 4 years old. They have trained their entire lives. Some of them have lost scholarships. They have lost regionals. They have lost state because of boys. I don't care if it's one. I don't care if it's two. I don't care if it's 100. It's going to stop, and it's going to stop in every single state. Tesla. You ask about, yes, Tesla. You ask about, so I spoke to Governor Shapiro. I think you're referring to his governor's mansion. I spoke to him. It is absolutely horrific what happened to him. Kash Patel also spoke to him. We have been praying for Josh, for his family. Those photos, it was horrible. I firmly believe they wanted to kill him. The defendant allegedly said he was going to use a hammer if he could have gotten to the governor. I've known the governor many, many years. It is horrible. And yes, we are working with state authorities to do, it's now a pending investigation, anything we can to help convict the person that did this and keep them behind bars as long as possible.
David?
Two questions, one on topic and one off topic.
Sure.
I'll start with the on topic. Minnesota and California, you mentioned you're looking at them. Are there active investigations into those states? Are there conversations? In which state do you expect to be next based on those conversations?
Both. We have reached out to them. We have sent them letters. We're in the same posture we were in the beginning here with Maine. So let's see what they do. Let's hope they comply. Again, we don't want to sue anyone. We just want you to comply with federal law and protect girls, period. But yes, we are fully prepared to sue them and others that we will be looking at as well.
And then my off topic, big topic over the past few weeks, Kilmar Abrego Garcia in Maryland. He's in a prison now in El Salvador. He was sent there. You insist, the president, everybody in the administration insists that he is MS-13. It appears that there's not going to be any sort of trial. He's not going to come back. DHS said he would be arrested and redeported if he comes back. Why not show the American people the evidence that he's MS-13 so they can make an informed decision? And that goes the same with this Henry Josue Santos, who was picked up in Virginia, who is now presumably going to be deported as well. Why not show the public the evidence?
Well, he is an illegal alien who has been living illegally in our country from El Salvador. ICE testified.
Just so you hooligans know, this is a Pam Bondi presser from earlier today, but we are waiting for the press briefing with Caroline Leavitt to start. It'll be starting any minute now. I got it pulled up. As soon as they flip this live, I'll put it on the screen, and we will be covering this press briefing with Caroline Leavitt. It's something special. It wasn't on the schedule today. She randomly posted on X. I just happened to see that. And so we're just waiting for the press briefing to start, and we're kind of watching this until it starts. After the press briefing, we'll go through the schedule. We have a ton of news today. We are going to be busy today. So make sure you hit that like button, grab the link for the live, share it out on all your social media. That way everyone can come hang out with the hooligans.
None. He would have come back, had one extra step of paperwork, and gone back again. But he's from El Salvador, he's in El Salvador, and that's where the president plans on keeping him.
But the evidence, we're not going to see the evidence?
We have the transcripts from the court hearings. I'll be glad to give you the court hearings from 2019, what we have, sure. With the rulings from the judges, gladly.
All right, last one, Reagan.
Reagan Reese, Daily Caller. Madam Attorney General, there's a Maine school board, MSA D number 70, which voted unanimously on Monday to defy the governor and to comply with Title IX. With the action you're taking today, will it be possible to exempt schools that comply from any future punishment?
Yes. And I think that was very brave and bold of that school board. We just saw that as well. The question was one school board in Maine voted to comply. And again, that's all we wanted was compliance. So yes, we will not be going after them, looking at them in this lawsuit because they are complying and they're protecting women in women's sports. Thank you, guys. Thank you.
An outstanding press conference by Attorney General Pam Bondi, and of course those athletes surrounding her, led by Riley Gaines, who has championed getting men out of women's sports. It's common sense here, and Governor Mills of Maine, quite frankly, should be ashamed of herself for, as they put it, really attacking women. It's not so much of a rivalry with President Trump, but rather the fact that she will be unwilling to stand up for women who sacrifice so much to train to be at the top of their respective sports. You heard Riley's story and just the amazing achievement she's found. And not only just those titles of being an SEC champion, qualifying for the Olympics, among many other awards and titles, but also finding her husband, finding her best friend.
Who the hell is sitting in Peter Ducey's seat?
Goes beyond the pool. It goes beyond the court. It goes beyond, simply the camaraderie and the fun that we get to view as spectators. And President Trump understands that, being so involved in the culture, being so involved in the great sports teams that have visited the White House over the course of the last 10 days, including this week, the Ohio State Buckeyes, of course, visiting the football champions, and those Navy midshipmen receiving that Commander-in-Chief trophy. Thank you to our sponsors here at Right Side Broadcasting Network Live. FreeTrumpBook.com. A great, great gift for Easter or for Christmas if you need a stocking stuffer or maybe a birthday present for those young patriots in your life, all brought to you by the ambassador to Israel, Mike Huckabee, and his great team. The Kid's Guide to President Trump, the Kid's Guide to the Courage of President.
All right. No need to sit there and hear that guy ramble on. I know he's just doing his job. But we could just take this time to go ahead and read through the schedule. Obviously, we're waiting for Caroline Leavitt to come out for the press briefing. Like I said, this was not scheduled today. She randomly posted 20, 30 minutes ago on X that they would be going live for a press briefing, and they will have a special guest with them. I don't know who it is. And I thought maybe it was Riley Gaines because I saw them on the screen, but maybe it's somebody else. Either way, first I want to give a huge shout out to Snooks. Thank you so much for the stripe. I really appreciate the support and everything you do for all of us, Snooks. I also want to give a huge shout out to Astral Hammer's daughter. Happy birthday to you. I hope today is fantastic for you. I hope today is the greatest birthday you've ever had. Happy birthday to you. Like I said, we're going to read through the schedule really quick until Caroline Leavitt comes out. We'll be starting off with a video titled, Bird Takes Over Supermarket. Police rein in a wild turkey wreaking havoc at Martin's. Why not? Just why not? We got to ban these assault turkeys. That's what we got to do. Then we got another interesting video titled Lawmakers Probe Private Equity Role in Rise of Fire Engine Costs. Apparently, fire trucks cost between $800,000 and $1 million. That's hard to believe, but that's what I guess they pay for them. And because of that, we're having a fire truck shortage, which is a really stupid problem. We had no problem sending money to the Ukraine for 4 years, but we have a fire truck shortage? That doesn't make any sense to me. Then we got a video titled 17-year-old Tracy Haynes, the suspect. Dang, his name is Tracy? No wonder he was doing school shootings. Okay, so the suspect in the Dallas school shooting has left 4 students injured and has turned himself in. He's being treated like he just won the Super Bowl or something, which is really stupid. Then we'll be playing together with that video a follow-up titled Dallas school shooting, Wilmer Hutchins High School shooting suspect into custody. The first video is showing him turning himself in. The second video is details on the Dallas school shooting that he committed. Again, you can't tell by the way the officers are shaking his hand and all this shit. Then we got a video titled Michigan approves capturing and gassing geese. Apparently here in Michigan, we're going to now start the goose holocaust. Apparently people think that this is something we should do. I think it's fucking ridiculous, but I guess we're going to holocaust the geese over here. I have no answers why. Then we got a video titled, I think we're going to play these two back to back as well. Trump urges AG Leticia James to resign amid bombshell fraud allegations, calling her a wacky crook. And like I said, we'll play the second video along with it titled Leticia James is going full on Jasmine Crockett. I don't think it's going to help her case. Then we got video titled Protesters Being Dragged Out and Tased at Marjorie Taylor Greene's Town Hall. Good stuff there. Then we got video titled Hundreds of Miles of Land at the U.S.-Mexico border will become an army base. Apparently this is going to help crack down on illegals. I'm not sure how they decided on making it an army base, but either way, when border crossers come through, they will be trespassing on military ground, and we'll see how they get treated then. Then we got a video titled Man Who Said That He Was Held Captive in Connecticut Home for 20 Years Speaks Out. This is obviously a follow-up video on the individual that was locked upstairs in his room since 4th grade. He's now in his 30s. I still don't know what this guy looks like, but either way, we got to follow up on it. Then we have an interesting video that is titled Give Us the Epstein Records. Apparently they are filing a lawsuit against Pam Bondi and the DOJ, saying that they are not complying with a FOIA request for the Epstein records, that they are denying the Freedom of Information Act by not giving us the Epstein client list. I kind of like it. I don't really like these lawsuits against the Trump administration, but that one kind of makes sense. Then we got a video titled Carmelo Anthony's team releases a point of view video filmed on Ray-Ban Meta glasses while bragging about intimidating a female reporter. Now, I don't know where the intimidating of the reporter happens in the video. I watched it 4 or 5 times. I can't figure out where this intimidation stuff happens, but either way, it's another instance where this murderer is being treated like he won the Super Bowl. Everybody's just so happy that he's out of jail and all of that. Then we got a video titled Judge Holds Trump Admin in Criminal Contempt Over Deportations. This is more radical judges standing in the way of mass deportation, crying really hard over terrorists and gang members and illegals. Then we got a 3-piece here. We're going to play back to back. First video is titled Senator Chris Van Hollen flew to El Salvador to pressure the release of an MS-13 linked criminal instead of tackling crime in his own state. This is kind of a follow-up. Yesterday we covered Senator Dumbass stating that he was going to go to El Salvador to go find the poor father from Maryland that was mistaken and sent to Supermax in El Salvador. Now, we already know he's an MS-13 gang member. We've been covering this extensively. But Senator Dumbass decided to actually go to El Salvador today. First video gives you the details on it. Second video is titled Tom Homan Blasts Dems Visiting El Salvador, saying it's disgusting. This is obviously Tom Homan's his opinion on how Senator Dumbass truly is a dumbass. And then the third video is titled No Meeting or Call, Van Halen Denied Contact with Abrigo, or however you say the terrorist name. We'll call him Mr. Garcia. He was not given contact with Mr. Garcia, so Senator Dumbass wasted his time going to El Salvador. I'm sure it only cost tax dollars to go do that, so no big deal. Then we will be getting into the fun stuff. We'll be opening today's door from the Advent calendar that was sent to us by Hair Juicer. This one's by Hair Juicer. And then we'll be getting into our funny videos of the day. First one's titled Some Days Are Harder Than Others. And then our official funny video of the day is titled Trump Reading His Morning Brief in the Oval Office. That's what's on the menu today. As I said, we're sitting here waiting for Caroline Levitt to show up. I am not sure who her special guest is today. Let me see how long ago she posted it, because I just randomly caught it. Just randomly came across it. Let me see. If you got X, go find my account and share out the live on X so everybody knows we go live over there. Oh yeah, you guys want to see one of my packets? That's a freezer bag full of Diablo sauce. I got 3 of those right now. Okay, I'm never running out of the Diablo sauce. That's a side quest there. Don't you worry. That has nothing to do with the news. Let's see. An hour ago. So I was a little off there. 2:45. Yeah, just about an hour ago. Caroline Levitt had posted on X. 4:30. Special guest. Tune in. So we're just waiting there, 13 minutes late. We'll just go ahead and read through the chat as we wait for Caroline Levitt to show up with whoever the special guest is. Who do you think the special guest is that Caroline Levitt's coming out with? I'm going to sit here and think on it for a second. I'm not sure. Do you think it's going to be the Easter Bunny? It's going to be the Easter Bunny, isn't it? What day is it? Is it Wednesday? It is Wednesday. Maybe it's not close enough to Easter. I'm not sure. I'm going to think about it. Russell, Diablo achievement unlocked. I'm saying. I got lots. I need to count the packets, see how many I got. I bet I'm near 1,000. Man, about to do an oil change on the zero turn. You're gonna still listen to the live. Be safe out there. You be working hard, 10 man. I hear good things about those zero turns. My buddy WMM, he loves them. He loves them. He used to do lawn care work, and he'd like to get a zero turn of his own. Oh, Russell, yeah, I got to get one of those done too. I hope you're doing all right, Russell. What's up, Jay Spray? Happy freedom to you. Bobby, they got x-ray glasses now? I figured. What's up, Shroomish? Happy freedom. What's up, Crystals? Happy freedom to you. Tree Herder, you need to upgrade your satchel so it holds more. I got 3 bags of it. I need to do something. Pretty soon I'm going to have to give a duffel bag. You got the stuff, and zip the bag open. It's just full of Diable sauce. Mm-hmm. What's up, Mike T? Happy freedom. Some glasses give info on you like they know you. That's interesting. AI glasses. What's up, Miss Satan? Happy freedom to you. Got yourself a profile picture. Very nice. What's up, Miss Jamie? Happy freedom to you. What's up, D-Cat? D-Cat, you know they probably took a crap on Whitmer's dock. Maybe that is. I have no idea why Michigan wants to Holocaust the geese. That just doesn't make sense. Kevin, don't gas my geese, bro. I'm saying. And they say that too. They're like the Canadian geese. I'm like, wait a minute. We're gonna gas the Canadian geese. What do the Canadians think about that? Whitmer doesn't care. She's a piece. What's up, neighbor guy? Happy freedom to you. What's up, Sind? Happy freedom to you. What's up, Meta? Neighbor guy, you are truly omnipresent. Appreciate you. What's up, Lisa? Happy freedom. Lisa, what the fuck? People eat goose. Well, apparently we got an abundance of them, so they're going to, throughout the video, they say we are going to gas them to death. I don't know why. I couldn't imagine like saying that on the live, just like, and mean it. Just mean it. Well, let me see. We're going to read through a little bit more. If she continues to take her time, we'll go ahead and move forward. We'll keep it pulled up. She walks out, we'll go ahead and do the thing. Lisa, tariff the geese. Something. I don't know. There's got to be another route other than just jumping right to gassing the geese. It kind of sounds like sexy talk. Like, hey, baby, you feel like gassing the geese tonight? Like, I don't know. It's really weird. I don't know how we landed on that. What's up, Dennis? Happy freedom. What's up, Visions? What's up, Social? Appreciate you being here. What's up, Spirit Matter? Happy freedom to you. What's up, Teasel? What's up, Jeff Reynolds? What is your name? We'll go with Hanako. Happy freedom to you. What's up, Corn Pop? Appreciate you being here. What's up, Ball? Ball, geese are mean when they got babies to defend. I think most mamas are mean when they got babies to defend. I don't know. I guess we got a goose problem here. Cricket Kiss, your Rumble keeps refreshing. Are you on the app or are you on the website? I swear the website works better than the app. What's up, Cinderella? Happy freedom to you. What's up, Wayward? Neighbor guy, you truly are omnipresent. Wayward, I was gassing my goose last night. Mm-hmm. Okay. Okay. We'll go ahead and put this over on the monitor over here. Whenever Caroline Levitt decides to come to work today, we will put her on the screen. But until then, we'll go ahead and move forward. Like I said, we're going to be starting off with this first video. It's titled Bird Takes Over the Supermarket, Police Rein in Wild Turkey. It says wrecking. I always thought it was reeking, but either way, wrecking havoc at Martin's. I don't know if you guys know what Martin's is. We don't have one where I live right now, but I grew up in Niles, which is on the state line between Michigan and Indiana. It's right next to South Bend. And we got a Martin's over there, so that's the only reason why I know what it is. Either way, we're going to have to ban the assault turkeys. Now, before we get into this, I want to remind you hooligans really quick. We have these Golden Age t-shirts, and this design was created by Alistair, and Alistair is a badass in just about everything he does. So I will be posting his links in the chat for you hooligans to have the opportunity to hire him for your creative needs, because if you think it, he can create it. Now, this design does come in shirts for men, shirts for women, tank tops for men, tank tops for women, pullover hoodies, zipper hoodies, coffee mugs, stickers, dog tags. We've made cooking aprons out of this design. Today I got on the I'm an American and I do not comply t-shirt. We got lots of items and lots of designs over in the merch store. We'll be dropping all the links in the chats while we're watching this first video.
911, what is the address of the emergency?
I'm at Martin's in Granger, by Adams Road. There's a very large turkey that just went in the store, and it's kind of chasing around into the store. I don't know who to call first. We need animal control out here trying to chasing the customer. It's a really big turkey. It's like knocking everything out the shelves.
So, hey, O'Connell, we're going to try and...
Oh, Caroline Levitt's out. We'll get back to the turkey business in just a moment. I don't know who this woman is, but all right.
And it's why the American people defeated the Democrat Party in devastating fashion. Today, we have officially learned Democrat officials still refuse to accept the will of the American people. Maryland Democrat Senator Chris Van Hollen rushed to Dulles Airport this morning to fly to El Salvador, potentially using taxpayer dollars to demand the release of deported, illegal, alien MS-13 terrorist. The Democrats and the media in this room have continually and wrongly labeled Kilmar Abrego Garcia as a Maryland father. There is no Maryland father. Let me reiterate. Kilmar Abrego Garcia is an illegal alien, MS-13 gang member and foreign terrorist who was deported back to his home country. And when Kilmar Abrego Garcia was originally arrested, he was wearing a sweatshirt with rolls of money covering the ears, mouth, and eyes of presidents on various currency denominations. This is a known MS-13 gang symbol of hear no evil, speak no evil, see no evil. Abrego Garcia was also arrested with two other well-known members of the vicious MS-13 gang. And two separate judges found that Abrego Garcia was a member of MS-13, and that finding has never been disputed. And just this morning, it was revealed through Maryland court documents that Abrego Garcia's wife petitioned for an order of protection against him for 2 instances of domestic violence in May of 2021. And here is the order right here. The court ordered that the respondent committed the following acts of abuse. Once in May of 2021, assault in any degree. And on May 4th of 2021, he punched and scratched his wife, ripped off her shirt, and grabbed and bruised her. This is from a court in Maryland. So not only are Democrats rushing to defend an illegal criminal foreign terrorist gang member, but also an apparent woman beater. To set all of that aside, the basic fact that he was illegally inside our country and had a lawful deportation order made him subject to removal back to his home country of El Salvador. And if he ever ends up back in the United States, he would immediately be deported again. Nothing will change the fact that Abrego Garcia will never be a Maryland father. He will never live in the United States of America again. And the United States Supreme Court ruled unanimously that the President of the United States and the Secretary of State could not be compelled to forcibly retrieve this citizen of El Salvador who is currently locked up in a maximum security prison in his home country due to his MS-13 membership. To remind the media and the Democrat Party, MS-13 are among the most vicious and dangerous individuals in this world. They pose a direct threat to the United States, El Salvador, and any other country who maintains basic law and order. MS-13 rapes innocent girls and women, runs sex trafficking operations, murders for sport, and terrorizes law-abiding people. That's why El Salvador President Bukele made it clear this week that he will not be releasing this MS-13 gang member from his prison. But that is not enough. All of that is not enough to stop the Democrat Party from their lies. The number one issue they are focused on right now is bringing back this illegal alien terrorist to America. But where are the Democrats applauding the fact that southern border crossings just hit a historic low? Where are the Democrats supporting our brave men and women of law enforcement who are putting their lives on the line every single day to arrest the violent illegal alien invaders that the previous administration allowed into our country? And where are the Democrats when innocent Americans are victimized by illegal criminals that Joe Biden let in? It's appalling and sad that Senator Van Hollen and the Democrats applauding his trip to El Salvador today are incapable of having any shred of common sense or empathy for their own constituents and our citizens. Nobody knows this more than the woman standing to my right, Patty Morin, whose beautiful daughter Rachel was brutally maimed and murdered at the hands of an illegal alien in August of 2023. Patty no longer has her daughter because of the failed Democrat Party's open border, and these are policies that President Trump is bringing an end to. Patty should not have to be here today, but she is, and we are grateful and we are honored for her willingness and her request to share her powerful story with the world. Thank you, Patty, for being here.
Thank you. A lot of you don't know the whole story about Rachel and about the crime that was committed against her. Even us, her family, we didn't know all the details. They kept most of it close to their chest, the detectives, because they didn't want to do anything to hurt the case. They wanted to keep the integrity of the case, so they kept everything close. I sat for the last 2 weeks in her trial, and we saw layer upon layer upon layer of evidence against the accused, an illegal immigrant from El Salvador. And the things that we thought, well, maybe this might have happened, we didn't know, but when we were at the trial, we got all the puzzle pieces. And I want to share some of those things with you. You know that Rachel's a 37-year-old mother. She has 5 children. We've walked the trail for the last 25 years that we've lived in Maryland. It's a safe place for our family. It's where we go to get a little bit of New England, because that's where we're from, New England. When she went on that trail that day, she was not planning on dying. She wasn't planning on walking to her death. She was planning on going to the grocery store with her girls afterwards. Victor Martinez, he waited for her. He waited for her to come closer. He saw her. He saw that there was nobody around. He attacked her. He dragged her 150 feet, blood gushing from her head. It left a 150-foot trail of her blood to the culverts, where he picked her up, he threw her against the wall of the tunnel, and he raped her. But before he did that, he stopped on that trail, and rocks, still stained with her blood, he used them to hammer her head against those rocks. They say at least 20 times they could count the cuts in her head. They said that when they did the autopsy, and I've seen the pictures, there's a 6-inch square in the back of her head where the skull is shattered the way that you would crush an eggshell in pieces. 3/4 of her brain hemorrhaged. Her right and left side of her face bashed in. Her beautiful face bashed in. Her head bashed in. Broken bones, fractures. He takes and he drags her some more. He drags her through the thorn bushes. She has all the scrapes and cuts on her body. There wasn't 1 inch of her body that didn't have some kind of injury, whether it's bruising, broken bones, contusions, the scratches. She had a fractured rib, fractured nose, fractured skull. And then he takes her into the tunnel and he picks her up He throws her against the wall. Blood is gushing from her head. Her hair is soaked in blood. And they showed us pictures of her body against the wall, outlined. The blood outlined her body. And you could see where the blood ran down around her as he was raping her. And then he threw her down and raped her some more. And then he strangled her because he didn't want her to be able to live to tell the story. They said that when they did the autopsy on her neck, that one of the things they do is they open up the neck and they look to see how far the injury is. And they went all the way down as far as an injury is possible, hemorrhaging in the muscles because of how strong and violent the group was around her. These are the kind of people that have no compulsion. Like, to them, this is nothing. And when he was sitting in the courtroom, he actually looked like he thought he was going to be set free. There was no remorse on his face at all. This person took my daughter so violently and so gruesomely and so graphically that they sealed the pictures, because I don't want my granddaughters to see these pictures. These are the kind of criminals President Trump wants to remove from our country. These are the kind of criminals that we need to remove from our country. We are American citizens. Why should we allow people like this, violent criminals that have no conscience at all, to murder our mothers, our sisters, our daughters? I don't understand why there's even any kind of problem with this. And it's not that it's political, like the left or the right, although I understand different parties have used it in the past. But we have to look at it as we are American citizens. We need to protect our families, our borders, our children. I don't care about politics. Well, I do, but I want to preserve life. And that's the only reason why I have taken and spoken about Rachel all this time. If you're a mother here in the room, can you imagine standing there alive? You're alive, and someone comes and puts their hands into your chest and rips out your heart? That's what it feels like. It feels like a part of you is being ripped out of you. You can't even describe the pain. Just like you can't describe to your husband what it feels like to carry a baby in your womb, or to feel those first kicks, or to know just intuitively if it's a boy or a girl. It's only a thing that a mother knows. Why are we not protecting the American citizens? It's just common sense. Why are we not protecting our children? And to have a senator from Maryland who didn't even acknowledge or barely acknowledged my daughter and the brutal death that she endured, leaving her 5 children without a mother and now a grandbaby without a grandmother, so that he can use my taxpayer money to fly to El Salvador to bring back someone that's not even an American citizen. Why does that person have more right than I do, or my daughter, or my grandchildren? I don't understand this. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. And I just want to say that as a mother and as an American citizen, the president and our entire team, and I hope people in this room are grateful for your willingness to come here and your request to share your daughter's story. And I think the country hears you loud and clear. So thank you. Does anyone have any questions for Patty or for me? No?
I have a question.
No? Anybody?
Okay. We'll see you all later. The president will be at his dinner later this evening. Thank you.
Thank you for being here, Ms. Moore. We really
Thank you.
appreciate you.
Thank you. Please.
Okay. Give me a second here. I gotta turn the volume down because that was the world's quietest press briefing right there. Terrible. Well, they're trying to wake these normies up, which is quite difficult when you got Blue News every single day saying, oh, this poor father from Maryland was accidentally deported by the Trump administration because they hate minorities and blah, 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 blah. Yeah, well, that's the other side of it. Like, that's the reality of the situation. That's why we all voted for this mass deportation. 25 million illegal monsters are in the country willing to do things like that to any one of us, our kids, family members, us. We're the victims in the situation. And then you got Democrats and Blue News and pieces of shit like that, like Senator Dumbass, that want to go, no, we need to bring them back. No, we don't. Let them live at your house then. Let them murder your family then if you want those problems. And that's what they're trying to do at the White House. They're trying to wake these normies up. Like, don't fall for the bullshit. Don't fall for the bullshit. Do not do that. These people are monsters. Anyways, we're going to go ahead and get into lighter things. I had no idea that that's how we were going to be starting the day. Otherwise, I would have gave some warning there. Jesus loves us. Feel for that lady big time. We're going to get back into our story of this turkey turbulence. It's titled, once again, Bird Takes Over Supermarket, Police Rein in Wild Turkey Wrecking Havoc at Martin's. Hit that like button if you're over on Rumble or the Commie Tube, and let's get into this.
911, what is the address of the emergency?
I'm at Martin's in Granger by Adams Road. There's a very large turkey that just went in the store, and it's kind of chasing around into the store, and I don't know who to call first. We need animal control out here chasing the customers. It's a really big turkey. It's like knocking everything out the shelves.
So, hey, O'Consty, we're going to try and hurt him that way. Why don't you just grab him? Well, grab him then.
He's going to fly right over here.
He's going to jump.
Come up with the blanket.
We're trying to get him to go that way.
There's a little net over there. It might help. Put the net over it and hold him down, sir.
Yeah, it's going to make him mad.
You want a blanket? Watch those top talons.
One turkey detained at 1452, additional units make us 023, condition 9.
We'll be going back in. The turkey was released back into the wild.
So I don't know if you guys heard it, but on the radio they said, we have a turkey in custody. The turkey is detained. That's what they say. The turkey has been detained. It was a turkey takedown. And that was how I actually intended to start the live, with a nice little funny turkey video like that. Holy. Should have started the video a little sooner, I guess. Either way, next up we got lawmakers probe private equity role in rise of fire engine costs. Now, like I mentioned earlier, apparently it costs between $800,000 and $1 million for every one of those fire trucks you've ever seen in your life. I think that's too damn expensive. There's no way it costs $1 million to make those trucks. That just doesn't make any sense to me. But because of that, now we have a fire truck shortage. Of course, they're going to bring up California's fires that we covered near the president's inauguration. Half of California burned down. Everybody lost their house. Of course, you don't remember that because they stopped talking about it. They act like that just went away. But they bring that up and they try to act like the fire truck shortage was part of why the fire got so far out of control. Either way, it's coming up next. First, we're going to read through the chat, see what you hooligans think about this turkey takedown, as well as that press briefing we covered. Hair juicer, the shit I make isn't even that expensive. Yeah, hair juicer, I don't understand. I don't understand how fire trucks could cost that much. That doesn't make any sense. And like I said earlier, we didn't have any problems sending all the money we have over to the Ukraine. That was no big deal. But we have a shortage in fire trucks now? How does that make sense? That just doesn't, I don't understand that. We need fire trucks. That's something we need. We didn't need to send money to the Ukraine. That's stupid. Russell, I've heard of choking the chicken, but the turkey? Yeah, I don't know. The officer, he looked a little too good at doing that. You know, he looked like he'd done that before. I think it was funny that they were all scared of the turkey. I don't know. We got big-ass turkeys here all the time. They strut around like they own Michigan. I don't know. I've never had to take one down, though. Matt Rogers, all they have to do is maintenance all the parked fire trucks in California. Yeah, and they're going to show there's fleets of these fire trucks that are out of commission. They're claiming that there's not enough mechanics or money to have these fire trucks maintained or have new ones built. But I don't understand that. That doesn't make sense to me. There's tons of people who need work. There's people that want to make good money. We got government costs being cut and stuff because of Doge. It just doesn't make sense that we have a fire truck shortage. That's just, that's a dumb thing that's going on. Yeah, 1 turkey detained. I don't know. I thought that was really funny. Matt Rogers, a wild turkey will fuck you up. They will? I don't know. I'm not scared of a turkey. I'm scared of horses, though. But, yeah, I don't know. I've never gotten in a fight with a turkey. That sounds like something you do when you get too drunk. Russell, it's Elmer Fudd. It was like an Elmer Fudd moment there. Zero, did mainstream media show the press briefing? I know that Fox showed it, Right Side Broadcasting showed it, and I know the White House channel showed it, and we were covering the White House channel, but I don't know who else showed it. Who needs to show it is MSNBC, CNN, News Nation, Blue News. They're the ones that should have been showing that presser there. Jay Spray, well, that was no Easter Bunny. Yeah, you're not wrong. I really thought, I was like, man, there's got to be like a 70% chance they're going to come out with the Easter Bunny, but nah. I was wrong. Appeal to Evan, we have 2 peacocks that roam the property around here. That's badass. Or it could be, I guess. I don't know. I've never really had to deal with a peacock. Pumpkin, I saw a turkey walking down the road last week. It was a lady turkey. How do you know the difference between a boy turkey and a girl turkey? We don't have trans turkeys, do we? It's a damn chicken walking around. Like, no, I'm a turkey. Rappy, my cousin sent me that turkey video. That's hilarious. Too old to care, peacocks are great alarm systems. Why, do they crow at dawn or something like that? Elder Zoomer, I don't mess with any big animals big enough to trample or a human accidentally, horses included. Yeah, Elder Zoomer, that's how I feel too. I don't mess with big-ass animals. I don't want bad things to happen to them. I just want them to stay over there. I don't want to be near them. Pumpkin, she had a bow on her head. Oh, I see. I see. What's up, bullshiz? Happy freedom to you. Shroomish, pigeons dressing up as turkeys. I know. You got shape-shifting turkeys? True, I got the mashed potatoes over. Yeah. He's getting Thanksgiving dinner, getting it all put together. Mike T, turkey lurkey, the sky is falling. Mm-hmm. Appeal to Heaven, Tyson chicken truck. I don't want to hear about Tyson. Tyson is so trash. It's real funny that they're not in the news anymore. They closed down their factory. They damned that town that they were in because they were the biggest business there, so they fired all their employees. They moved their business so they can turn and hire illegals to give them a new opportunity, and then they disappeared from the news. And Tyson is so big and so well connected that we can't even boycott Tyson. You'd have to make your own food, basically. You'd have to have your own livestock in order to get away from Tyson because they own so much. They should get hit with a monopoly. That's what they should do. The government should go after Tyson for a monopoly. Appeal to Heaven, shoot it. It's turkey dinner. Mm-hmm. DCAT, it's easy to tell the difference between a male and a female turkey. Females have a bunch of kids with them. The males have a beard. You need to go get out of nature sometime. Yeah, I guess. I didn't realize. I see them on the side of the road. I'm like, don't run out in front of me. That's it. That's my whole interaction with turkeys. What's up, Toe Tag? Happy Freedom. What's up, Master Meatball? Happy Freedom to you. Master Meatball Tyson's owned by China. That does not surprise me. What's up, Agent O? Happy Freedom to you. What's up, Mana? Happy Freedom to you. What's up, Cooper? Cricket kiss a duck with a feathered duster shoved up its ass. It's a trans turkey. We don't need those problems. We got enough. What's up, Gordon? Happy Freedom. Tyson now puts cricket powder in their breading. You'll eat Z-bugs? Yeah, that doesn't surprise me either. What's up, Lone Wolf? Happy Freedom. Kilgar. They're turning the turkeys gay. Dang. They're turning the frickin' turkeys gay. I love Alex Jones. He cracks me up. Wayward. The Tyson in northern Kentucky was empty when Trump took office. Yeah. I don't know what they're going to do because all their workers are about to get deportated. What you got here? Oh, dang, hair juicer. Got the Zero, don't do this to me. I got enough damn problems with Bambi Al-Qaeda. Got the Turkey Brigade here. They're armed. They are armed and dangerous. I think they heard that one of their loved ones got captured by the police and they're going to do something about it. Those terrorist turkeys. Anyways, let's go ahead and get into this next one. Like I said, lawmakers probe private equity role in rise of fire engine costs. And like I said, there's a fire truck shortage, I guess. And when they're $1 million a piece, you could assume why. Also, they refer to Austin, Texas as a small town. Is Austin, Texas a small town? Because I thought it wasn't a small town, but that's what they say in this video. Either way, hit that like button if you got one, and let's get into this.
A fire engine siren signals help is on the way, but fire departments across the country are sounding a different kind of alarm right now. They're reporting skyrocketing prices, long wait times for new fire engines, and also defective parts. Nick's back with this story. Nick, 2 senators are now investigating whether private equity investments have put profits ahead of public safety, but the backlog for these trucks are insane.
Marky, exactly. The backlog is a problem, and that, of course, affects whether or not these vehicles are available. And get this. This is a bipartisan issue. Democratic Senator Elizabeth Warren of Massachusetts and Republican Senator Jim Banks of Indiana are looking into why there is a backlog of approximately $4 billion in orders for fire engines. When the call comes in, every second counts. But now fire departments from Los Angeles to small town Texas are saying they can't count on getting new fire engines when they need them most. Senators Elizabeth Warren and Jim Banks are investigating, saying delays and price hikes may be linked to private equity firms like American Industrial Partners, which has consolidated multiple fire truck manufacturers under the name Rev Group. Prices for fire trucks soared by around 10% last year alone. By some sources, from $800,000 per truck to more than $1.2 million. In Tyler, Texas, wait times for some fire engine pump trucks can stretch years.
In the last 3 years, we're just not seeing the numbers at all as far as available trucks or things that would be suitable to be used in wildland fire.
In Los Angeles, the city's aging fire engine fleet struggled during this year's devastating wildfires, with dozens of vehicles that could have helped fight the blaze out of service due to delays in replacements, as reported by News Nation's sister station, KTLA.
Why are they sitting here?
Well, I don't know exactly why each one is here, but I could tell you what has caused them to be here. What's caused them to be here is the LAFD does not have the funding mechanism to supply enough mechanics and enough money for the parts to repair these engines, the trucks, the ambulances.
Rev Group admits it currently has a backlog of $4 billion in orders. The company blames pandemic disruptions, but critics argue industry consolidation is also at fault. Senators Warren and Banks issuing this letter, which reads in part, While CEOs and shareholders pad their pockets, consolidation in the industry impedes firefighters' ability to do their jobs safely and effectively, squeezes fire departments' budgets, and forces taxpayers to bear the consequences. The senators say this is just the beginning of their investigation, and they're pushing for answers that will hopefully lead to change and quicker response times for communities nationwide.
Thanks for watching, everybody.
All right. Fire truck shortage. Not good. That is not good. We need fire trucks. We need them big time. But no, let's just send more money to the Ukraine or send it to some other foreign country. Stupid. So stupid. And I would have never thought that we would have a fire truck shortage. You don't ever hear about us having like police cruiser shortages or anything like that. I don't know. I don't know how we got here. Our government blows money. Our cities and states, they just blow money on dumb shit. They're just blowing money on illegals. Giving them 5-star hotels to live in, EBT cards with $15,000 on them to just buy whatever they want. Meanwhile, we don't have fire engines in case, I don't know, that 5-star hotel burns down, which is more likely when you got a bunch of randos in there from other countries doing God knows what, turning them into brothels and drug dens. Stupid. I would have never thought that we had fire truck shortages. Next up, 17-year-old Tracy Haynes, the suspect in Dallas school shooting that left 4 students injured, has turned himself in. We're going to play these 2 videos back to back because it's all about the same thing. Like I said, that first video is him turning himself in. He's shaking hands with officers. You would think he was Obama. He just showed up and everyone's all applauding and stuff. Oh, you're such a good guy, even though you're the school shooter. I don't get that. The second video is titled Dallas School Shooting. Wilmer Hutchins High School shooting suspect in custody. That is details about the shooting itself. The school is being very suspicious. They took 2 questions and then they wrapped up their press briefer. So I don't know, something weird's going on with this Dallas school shooting. Both those videos are coming up next, but first we're going to read through the chat, see what you hooligans think about this fire truck shortage. What's up, Josh1776? Happy freedom. Must have been self-defense. Yeah, exactly. We got more on that dumbass, too. What's his name? Carmelo Anthony? Yeah, he's in the same exact boat. He's a terrible person, and everyone's shaking his hand and acting like he's the president. Like, he's just such a great guy. Like, I don't understand that. I think that they're trying to provoke people. That's what I think they're really doing, is they're trying to provoke people to go and be violent for the summer. J-Spray, their trucks won't pass their own emissions, so they had to park them all. I mean, that's probably what it is. California's so stupid about that stuff. Russell, well, Cali spends all their money on illegals. Right. Josh1776, give me an old $1,500 and a $500 water pump from Harbor Freight. You know, getting the job done. Matt Rogers, dozens, but it's way more than that. Yeah, it's a whole fleet of trucks being parked. And then it was real brief, but they're like, even in small towns. And it says Austin, Texas on the side of the truck. And I was like, I've never been to Texas, but I hear about Austin all the time. It can't be that damn small. Zero AI says that fire trucks are expensive due to their specialized design, advanced technology, and high-quality materials used in their construction. I mean, I believe that, but $1.2 million expensive? I don't know. That doesn't sound right to me. It makes me wonder, how much does a tank cost? Because it almost sounds like they cost more than military-grade weapons. Which makes me wonder, like, how powerful are fire trucks? Russell, Austin is a huge city with a small-town feel. See, and that's what I'm saying. News Nation trying to downplay Austin. Here, Jesus, there are no parts at work. I'm leaving. What should I eat? What day is it? It's Wednesday. I was going to eat chili dogs today. Tacos are good every day. But steak is what's best for you, hair juicer. Some steak and some vegetables. I made steak fried rice the other day. It's because the grocery store down the street, they butcher their own meat. I can get steak for like $4 or $5. And it may not be like a T-bone steak or whatever you guys are into, but steak is steak to me. And so $4 or $5 and to spend $2 on some frozen vegetables, I keep rice on me. I ain't had to buy rice in years. Throw it in the ricer, take about an hour to make. Fantastic. A little soy sauce on there. I got enough masculinity. Don't you worry about my soy consumption, okay? Tree Herder, if a hammer costs $50,000, a tank is probably pretty spendy. Yeah, I could see that. I'm going to look it up here in a second. Zupia, happy freedom to you. Cops just repost sweet-ass cars from drug dealers now. They'll never have a shortage. Not many dealers driving around in fire trucks. I mean, that's true. Happy freedom information warlord. There is no fire truck shortage. The Democrats spend money on trans garbage instead of trucks. It could be. It could be. Shroomish, all by design. Look up manage decline. It's very interesting. I will look it up after the live. Brian, we got to encourage more fire trucks to have sex. I think you're right. These numbers are low. We need the fire trucks to procreate. And we need it now. Information warlord, a nice burnt sirloin, a baked potato, and a cold beer doesn't get any better. Absolutely. I agree. What's up, Trapper? Happy freedom to you. Here, you got Flamin' Young at home? That sounds fantastic. You deserve it, buddy. Russell and M1 Abrams cost around $24 million doll hairs. Well, that's pretty expensive. That is pretty expensive. Zero planned absolence. I don't know if I'm saying that correctly, but I'm picking up what you're laying down. What's up, Sly Dog? Happy freedom to you. Oh, is Ghostly with us? I need to add them on Steam, but I can't figure out which Ghostly. There's two Ghostlies. What's up, Viola? Happy freedom. Viola, good deal. Yeah, I think so. $4 for steak. Chicken's like $7-8. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe it's not steak. Jesus, what if it wasn't cow? It's just ex-employees. I told you guys I live in the middle of nowhere. I've been noticing their employees been turning over lately. Maybe that's why they got all that steak. Lisa's cheaper than McDonald's. I know. McDonald's is ridiculously expensive considering it's mystery meat. What's up, Tony Rich? Happy freedom. At least I'm sure it was done on purpose. The fire truck shortage. I wouldn't be surprised. They're always taking away things that we need. What's up, Donna? Happy freedom. It reminds me, I gotta call Donna Sparks. I keep forgetting. What's up, Cam? Happy freedom to you. Cam, I think they want a reason to let things burn. I think you're right. Cricket Kiss, they gotta repaint them rainbow colored and issue a new thigh-high heeled fire boot first. Geese, get woke. Yeah, that's what it is. Kilgar, I can't read that out loud, but that's hilarious. What's up, Garden? Happy freedom. City councils and mayors embezzling tax funds couldn't have anything to do with it, I'm sure. Corruption and doing this all by design. What's up, Corey Luca? Happy freedom. Corey Luca, HME, based in Michigan, has about 50 California fire trucks sitting in their parking lot waiting to be made. What is everybody doing? Got their hands in their pocket. Lone Wolf, big old horse steak. Nah, I don't want to eat the horse. I don't like horses, but I don't want them to die. Bambi Al-Qaeda, however, their flesh is fantastic. Wayward McDonald's. Mm-hmm. All right, hooligans, let's go ahead and get into this next one. Like I said, we're going to play these back to back. First video is the Dallas school shooter. It's him turning himself in. But again, you would think he won the Super Bowl the way the police officers are shaking his hands and patting him on the back like he's just doing so great. But then the second video is going to describe the whole Dallas school shooting situation in its entirety, at least what they know so far. They also kind of highlight that the school is being very suspicious. They did a presser to explain what happened. They didn't explain anything. They took 2 questions and then wrapped it up and called it a day. Very weird stuff going on. Now, before we get into this, I want to remind you hooligans really quick. If you would like to participate in Free Speech Saturday, make sure you post all of your memes over on Discord or on jeffmaclive.com. jeffmacmusic.com. Just hop in the group chats on either platform. You'll see the tabs labeled memes. Drop what you got and we'll shout you out, as we're making Saturdays more fun. Let's get this pulled up. I'll read you the title again here in a second. All right, once again, we're going to play these two videos back to back. First one's titled 17-year-old Tracy Haynes, the suspect in the Dallas school shooting that left 4 students injured, has turned himself in. Hit that like button if you got one, and let's get into this.
He got you. He got you. He got you. He got you. You're good, man. It's dangerous. Come on, Tracy. We gotta get. Come on, Tracy. You gotta get go. You gotta go. Stop.
They're trying to get some meat out of you. Come on, promise I got him. I got him.
Yeah, you good.
Stop.
Be with you, okay?
Stop.
All right.
You know, I don't fight.
Let them know.
You keep your mouth
They
closed.
come talk to you. They want to talk to your attorney. You understand?
Thank you.
When they send them little snitches in there to talk to you, don't talk to nobody. I mean
safe,
that,
Lord.
son.
Father God, right now in your name, I'm asking you to keep him safe. Keep him protected, Father God. Keep him with nothing of you, Father God. Nothing covers him. Nothing touches him, Father God.
He got you. He got
you. All right, so there's the next president of the United States. Turning himself in. Once again, his name is, he's 17 years old. It's Tracy Haynes, the school shooter from Dallas. I believe the shooting was yesterday. Again, shaking hands. Yeah, he's such a sweet boy. Either way, like I said, we're getting right into this next one. This is titled Dallas School Shooting, Wilmer Hutchins High School. Shooting suspect in custody. They're going to give us the details that they know of so far, and they're going to highlight the school being kind of suspicious. Now, I don't think they actually declare that in this video. That's kind of my own opinion on this. But just kind of pay attention to these details because something doesn't make sense.
Suspect in a school shooting that left 4 people injured in Dallas has reportedly turned himself in. Hello, everybody. I'm Heather Hayes.
And I'm Steve Eager. A law enforcement source says the suspect turned himself in late tonight after the shooting that happened early this afternoon at Wilmer Hutchins High School in southeast Dallas. Of the 4 injured, officials say 3 of the victims were shot. The injuries range from non-life-threatening to serious.
Late this afternoon, Dallas ISD officials revealed the suspect was not yet in custody, but stopped short of saying whether the suspect was a student, how they got the gun inside, or any details about how the shooting unfolded.
Fox 4's David Santendry has been in touch with the family members of the suspect, and he is live with more to tell us. David?
Yeah, Stephen, Heather, a law enforcement source tells me that suspected shooter is here at the Dallas County Jail after turning himself in about an hour ago. This was supposed to take place several hours ago at an entirely different location, about a 10-minute drive from the high school over at Dallas Police Department's South Central Division. That did not happen. Some of his family members were on hand there at the police department, as well as dozens of officers just waiting to make sure that things moved safely when he drove up there and was supposed to turn himself in. But then it appears he got cold feet and went to a relative's home. Family members were communicating to us that they were going to meet him and trying to convince him to just do the right thing and turn himself in, be safe. And again, here about an hour ago, he drove himself over here to the Dallas County Jail and turned himself in, according to multiple law enforcement officials. Right now, we'll take you back to where this all began earlier today.
This is a tragic situation, and I know everyone wants answers.
Wilmer Hutchins High School, a crime scene Tuesday afternoon. Dallas Fire Rescue confirms a school shooting. 3 people, ages 15 to 18, taken to hospitals after being wounded by gunfire. The 4th, age unknown, described as having a musculoskeletal injury to the lower body.
What are they not doing up there?
Parents concerned about how a gun made it to campus.
All DISD schools have clear backpack policies from elementary all the way up. So what is it that they are not looking for?
We see what those backpacks look like.
Yeah, they usually check the backpacks.
Dallas ISD police and the superintendent, while addressing reporters Tuesday afternoon, steered blame away from its security systems.
So we do know that the gun did not come through during regular intake time. So it was not a failure of our staff, of our protocols, or of the machinery that we have. So it did not come in through regular intake.
Can you expand on that?
I cannot
not going to expand. We do appreciate your time. Thank you so much. We were only able to take 2 questions. And we appreciate your time.
Can you talk? The district stopped its briefing after taking only 2 questions from a group of a couple dozen journalists. The district will not explain how the gun made it to campus, circumstances leading to the shooting, where exactly it took place, or if security changes are coming.
And this the second time they had a shooting like this.
In April of last year, a student brought a revolver to Wilmer Hutchins High and shot a classmate in the leg. The shooting prompted many questions about how the student brought a gun to school. In the wake of that shooting, Dallas ISD police revealed security protocols were not followed. The suspect triggered a metal detector, but no one checked his bag. Now, those questions even more magnified.
Because it's scary and your heart beat fast because you're not there with your child and anything could happen.
So family members of that suspected shooter have provided us with his name and age, but we're not going to release that until some officials here within Dallas County release it, or Dallas ISD's police department. They are the lead on this investigation. Obviously, a whole lot of questions we still are trying to get answered regarding to what led to this shooting, more on the suspected shooter and those victims involved. Steve, Heather, back to y'all.
Yeah, just a couple of questions first. Any updates on those who were injured, David?
Yeah, still no updates on those who were injured. We didn't get any updates from Dallas ISD police earlier when the assistant chief spoke, or the school district when the superintendent spoke.
Yeah,
but I will say that City Council member and Mayor Pro Tem Tanel Atkins told us he expects them to survive. That's what he told one of our colleagues or coworkers earlier today. But to what extent they are injured, we don't know right now.
Well, and were family members able, I know your no name, that sort of thing, but were family members able to, I don't know, share any insight or what was going on with this suspect, or anything at all with the emotion of all this?
Yeah, so it's another good question. So family members say that this child transferred sometime recently, within the past possibly year, maybe couple years. They were saying he transferred to this school and that there was maybe some drama at a different school, thought he was getting into a better situation. They believe he may have been a victim of bullying. That's just what the family was telling us, but you know, we have to wait and see what law enforcement tells us, any information that comes out confirmed in a police affidavit or anything like that. So probably too early to speculate.
Right.
Maybe he was bullied. Might. He may have been bullied. He could have been bullied. He might have been bullied. Maybe. And then they said, well, he's a new student within the last year or two. What do you mean? If he's in high school, that's half his high school career. You can't say, oh, I've been here for 2 years, I'm a new student. That's not how things work. Not at all. Let me get this live pulled up really quick. President Trump is expected to go live pretty soon. I think I forgot to mention the lives when we were doing the schedule and all of that. Now, President Trump is usually late, so I'll just pull this up over here. But the live is titled, President Trump holds an Easter prayer service and dinner. It was supposed to start 6 minutes ago. Now, considering it's a service and a dinner and there's going to be other people there, I assume he's not going to be real late. Rallies and stuff, you never know. He could be 2 hours late. But I got this pulled up over here. As soon as he hops on the screen, we'll give him priority. But until then, next up we have Michigan approves capturing and gassing geese. Like I said, here in Michigan, I guess we're going to start the goose holocaust. I don't know why. We really don't need those kind of problems. But they think that they can justify it somehow. It's kind of messed up. It's really messed up. But either way, before we get into that, or the president, we're going to read through the chat and see what you hooligans think about this Dallas school shooter. I think it's pretty humorous that they were like, well, we're not going to give his age and his name. Don't you worry. We've already provided his age and name while you guys are trying to protect the shooter. Like, it's so stupid. And then you see the family, like I'm saying, he shows up, he's shaking hands with cops. The families are all patting him on the back. You know, he's going into police custody and stuff. They treat him like he's somebody special. Like he did not, go to school and shoot for people. Also, I've seen the footage of the shooting itself. If it was significant, we would have showed it. If it was too graphic, we wouldn't have been able to show it. But instead, it's a bunch of blotches all over the screen because they got shitty cameras in the school. And you just see kids running around. You can't really see anything. It's very strange that the school says, well, We got metal detectors, and we have a clear backpack policy, which I've never heard of that. Obviously, it's not a very safe school if you demand clear backpacks. Where do you even order a clear backpack from? But either way, he didn't bring the gun into the school through those routes. So they must be insinuating that he maybe left campus during the school day, maybe propped a door open and came in through a side entrance. Maybe somebody met him on the other side of the door. He opens the door, grabs the gun, goes back into school. Like, it's hard to say, but the school obviously didn't want to talk about it. They had their little spokesman person go, wrap the presser up and say, no, we answered 2 questions, that's enough, and left. 2 questions, that's even old man Walter answered more than 2 questions at a time. So, like, I don't know. Something suspicious is going on at the school, in my opinion, because otherwise it seems like they'd be more willing to answer these questions and try to reassure the public that they're doing everything that they can to keep the students safe and that they want to get to the bottom of this. Now, it could be gang activity, something like that. It's hard to say without all the details, but it seems like he had targets. It doesn't seem like he went in and just started shooting everybody. It seemed like he was gunning for specific people. Like I said, could be gang stuff. It's hard to tell. And with the way things are going in the news lately, we'll be lucky to even get a follow-up on this video. I don't know if he's the next millionaire through GoFundMe, but we'll see. Either way, like I said, we got gassing Geese coming up next, unless President Trump steps on stage. But we're going to read through the chat right now, see what you hooligans think about this Dallas school shooting. Snooks, no, I got the live pulled up right here. He's not out yet. Thank you for letting me know, Snooks. Matt Rogers, all this translates to me as fuck the victims. Yeah, the school doesn't seem too concerned about the victims. Josh 1776, so a teacher brought it in? I mean, yeah, and it's weird that they didn't even want to, I guess they didn't want to speculate, but they were so worried about saying that they have top flight security that they didn't want to answer any questions. That doesn't reassure anybody. You got the best security out there, and then he still shot 4 people. So, like, how do you turn around and go, yeah, our security is the best? I don't think so. You just had 4 people shot in the school. Obviously, they're trying to preserve themselves. Russell, I would have been arrested as well for beating my kid's ass if that was my kid. Yeah. If it was my kid, I'd have called the police. I'd have been like, all right, I understand. Why don't you go take a nap? And then I'd have been on the phone. Hey, you need to come arrest this piece of shit. Like, I don't know. But at the same time, if you raise your kids right, they won't do this. They're getting bullied at school. They'll tell you. You could go do something about it, right? They'll show symptoms. What are you doing? You just stop that. You're doing too much, buddy. Something. Obviously he wasn't raised right. It's where did he get the gun from? Right? How did he get his hands on the firearm? What was the firearm? I believe it was a pistol. I don't think it was a rifle, because if it was, they would claim, they think every rifle is an AR-15. That would have been all over the news. So I assume it's a pistol. I think it's harder to get a pistol than it is to get an AR. So how did he get the pistol? Whose was it? Was it the parents? Who was it registered to? Did it have its number on it, or was the number scratched off the pistol? How come they didn't talk about any of that? He didn't shoot him with rocks and a slingshot, so, like, why didn't they talk about any of that stuff? I thought guns were really scary, especially in a gun-free zone. They ain't going to highlight that? I don't know. Like I'm saying, it seems weird. Zero, mom and dad are so proud. Yeah, they do treat them like they're proud. Josh 1776, the Michigan school shooter parents went to jail, so should his. Yeah, potentially. If he got the gun from them and they're out there patting him on the back like he's doing a good job, yeah, they should probably end up in court. What's up, Dutton? Happy freedom? Done. There was a mother in Indiana arrested for bringing a gun to school, open carry. She was confronting a teacher who was telling an 11-year-old to write about LGBT garbage. Well, you can't bring a gun to school. But yeah, teachers should not be forcing kids to participate in gay, ridiculous, nonsense like that. But I don't think that parent was in the right bringing a gun to school for intimidation reasons. I always look at guns as a shield. It's a shield. It's for defense. It's a tool, and that tool is used for defense. And that's how it's programmed into my brain. that you're not using a gun to scare people or intimidate people or make threats. It is there. If somebody is putting threats against your life or the life of people around you, you are there to defend those people or your own life. And that's how I look at it. But again, I don't agree with teachers trying to teach kids 34 flavors of gay and all of that stuff. Unless you're in a sex ed class, I don't think teachers should be talking about sex with kids at all. I think there's no winners in that story, Dutton. But yeah, I could understand frustrations with teachers teaching kids stuff like that. What's up, Metal Mouth? Happy freedom to you. Too old to care. Klaus doing his yoga poses. I know, he's being a little extra there. Zupia, I'm coming to the realization that all the lawlessness and lack of accountability of specific individuals is Democrats' way of creating their own reparation program. Yeah, well, like I said, it seems like they are prompting people to become violent. They're like, hey, we're going to keep rubbing it in your face that we're going to let criminals do whatever they want to do to you, and you being the victim doesn't matter. Well, that leads to vigilante justice. And we've been talking about that for years, and I'm not advocating for it. I'm saying I'm surprised that it's not happening. I'm surprised that we got all these villains and we don't have anybody pretending to be heroes, right? Because that's usually what happens. A lot of times we'll hear about people going to prison for murdering pedophiles, and they get an interview, and they're like, well, why did you kill 6 people that are sex offenders? And they're like, because nobody else was doing anything about it. Well, yeah, that's what leads to it right there. Lack of accountability turns into vigilante justice. It's real simple. I don't want it to happen, but I'm kind of surprised we don't hear about it a lot more. And I think the reason we don't hear about it is because I think these people are quietly arrested. I think they don't make the news because it would be encouraging to other people to be like, oh man, that guy only got 2 years for murdering 4 people, blah, blah, or whatever. They'd be like, that ain't that bad. Like, I don't know. But I think they don't advertise vigilante justice, and that's why we don't see it. Look at Daniel Penny, right? Daniel Penny was on the subway. Whatever the crackhead's name was, came in, started harassing everyone, telling everyone he was going to Jordan Neely. Jordan Neely came in, threatening everybody, saying he wasn't scared to go to jail. He wasn't afraid to die. Daniel Penny was like, I'm not going to let you do bad things to me or anybody else in the subway car. Put him in the headlock. Jordan Neely died because he's a crackhead and got all kinds of problems and nobody cared about him. He was homeless for fucking years and all this shit, right? Daniel Penny was trying to do the right thing. What'd they do? They tried to crucify him in front of everybody on the news because they want to say he's a bad guy and call him a vigilante. He's not a vigilante. He just knew that nobody was going to save them in that moment. He had to do what he thought was right. And a lot of us who watch the news, we see this and we're like, yo, I hope I never get in that position because I'm not going to let somebody just kick my ass or kick the ass of the person next to me because they're having a bad day and they don't know how to control themselves. Fuck that. They'll be getting dealt with, and that's how a lot of people feel. But you shouldn't have to feel that way because our tax dollars pay for police officers and shit. We should be safe when we're out in the public or we're at school or we're at a public facility like a hospital or anything like that. Shouldn't have to worry about defending ourselves. On top of that, we have a Second Amendment right, and if we didn't have these fucking gun-free zones, we wouldn't have problems like this. We should turn all gun-free zones into concealed carry zones, and we wouldn't have these problems anymore because these teachers would be walking around armed. At the schools I went to growing up, we had cops in the school. People didn't do this stupid shit because a cop would put you on your head in front of your classmates and we'd all laugh at you and shit. So, I mean, there's ways to get around this, but this is obviously done by design. They want people to get angry, to get upset, to combat against this so they can stick you on TV and call you a white supreme pizza and tell you that white supremacy is reigning in the streets because the Pentagon bangs that drum every year. And that's what I really think this is all about, is they're trying to provoke people to go out there and be violent and fight against these criminals and stuff, which is something that the public shouldn't have to do. And that's just my opinion. Elder Zoomer, a lot of concert venues around here have a clear bag policy. I mean, I could see the appeal to it. I've never heard of that, though, until we covered that video. That was the first time I've seen clear backpacks. What's up, Conspiracy Queen? Happy freedom to you. Kilgore, digging this time slot for Coffee with Hooligans? We've started a little late today. We've been late all week. It's been a hell of a week, but I'm glad you dig it. What's up, Sam? Happy freedom to you. Sam, the rule of law is protecting the bad guys. Yeah, it shouldn't be, but that is definitely where we are. Josh 1776, they're proud they might get a payday in a new Cadillac like the Stabber guy's parents. Yeah, we got videos on that guy too, on the the kid that stabbed the other kid at the track meet. That's coming up later in the live. Ghostly, we had police in my school and they stopped sexual abuse a lot, and that's why the left doesn't want them in schools. Yep, you're right, Ghostly. If we stopped the Democrats from having their way with everything, we probably wouldn't have hardly any crime. Screaming Eagle, happy freedom to you. I just don't want to be the problem. I want to be the solution. Yeah, the problem is that you get disciplined for being the solution. You know, we've covered that so much on the live. Some bad guy does something bad. Some good guy comes to combat the bad guy. The good guy gets put on the news as if he is the bad guy when nobody else was coming to save the day. And it's over and over and over, and that sucks. It should not be that way. Backyard, happy freedom to you. Yeah. Well, it's not that I need to understand. I've been covering the news every single day for 5 years. It's not something I need to understand. There's only so much I'm allowed to say on the live. I can't advocate for violence. I don't want bad things to happen to anybody. But we're starting to see patterns here. Also, just a reminder, I got this live pulled up here. So as soon as President Trump gets on stage for this Easter, let me see, Easter prayer service and dinner, as soon as this starts, we'll put him on the screen. What's up, Rhyme Time? Happy freedom to you. Rhyme Time, go look up Tank the Bounty Hunter and go watch and see what happened to him. And guess what? The laws didn't do nothing about what happened to him. Yeah, that I believe it. Let me type this up. Tank the Bounty Hunter. I'll look it up after the live and read about it. Getting homework every day. What's up, Random Chicken? Happy freedom. Silent protest. Everyone should stop paying taxes. I wish that we were united enough to do that. Brian M. Gun-free zones are racisms in some places. Happy freedom to you, Ryan. Yeah, we need to get rid of gun-free zones. They need to be concealed carry zones, not gun-free. There should not be. It doesn't make any sense. It's like no speech zones. We don't have that, right? No, because we got the freedom of speech. Then why the fuck do we have gun-free zones if we have the right to bear arms? That does not make sense. We need to get rid of these gun-free zones. Guess no, you missed 7 days in the last 5 years. That's right, guess I did miss a couple days. It's roughly 5 years. You're right, guess happy freedom to you. Russell, damn, I just spilled my beer on my keyboard. That's alcohol abuse, Russell. You are banned. You're getting banned. All right, hooligans. The president is not on stage yet. We'll go ahead and move forward here, but as soon as he takes the stage, we'll go ahead and put him on the screen. Like I said, here in Michigan, we're going to start the Goose Holocaust. I don't know why. It's a terrible thing that should not be happening, but it is for some reason. This is titled, Michigan Approves Capturing and Gassing Geese. Leave it to News Nation to tell this story, too. You know, we need soft and stupid people to tell these kind of stories, I guess. Either way, let's go ahead and get into this. But first, hit that like button over on Rumble as well as the CommuTube. Let's get this rolling.
Hey, give us your 2 cents on this story. It's all systems go for a controversial new program in Michigan aimed at bringing down the Canada goose population. As the state prepares to round up and gas the geese to death, animal rights groups are calling foul over this and demanding answers.
Which is it, public health or is it just convenient justification?
Michigan residents and animal welfare advocates are rallying against the state's new pilot program that will allow Canada geese to be rounded up into cages and gassed to death. The plan, beginning in June, was approved by the state's Department of Natural Resources in response to an overpopulation of geese. Golf courses, parks, and lake associations say they're a public health risk. But one animal welfare group argues that it's simply vanity and inconvenience driving their motives. In Defense of Animals said this in a statement: the public deserves a say in how Michigan's wildlife is managed, yet these decisions are being left to a handful of lakefront homeowners who want geese exterminated for convenience.
But the DNR says traditional methods of control, like hunting, scare devices, and egg and nest disruption, have failed to curb the geese population. They've even tried giving them a new home.
We found that this relocating of geese is really just unsustainable, and we were quite frankly just running out of suitable places to put them.
Then came the bird flu, and shortly after, the decision to euthanize the birds with carbon dioxide, an idea modeled after programs in other states like New York.
We didn't want to have this increased risk of moving Canada geese around the state and potentially increasing that transmission of the virus.
While animal rights advocates are upset, the guidelines show they're in the clear for the geese gassing program because the location first participated in the state's nest and egg destruction program and has at least 100 geese on property or an approved human health crisis. Now the sites will have to pay USDA crews to collect the geese in June and July when the birds are flightless and molting. And while the Michigan DNR says this program is a last resort option, anti-gassers worry about due diligence and just how humane the practice is.
They need to do like 2 or 3, methods. They can't just do one, do it for a day or a week and say, I tried.
Yeah, hard to wrap your head around and kind of hard to stomach this early in the morning. Michigan's Department of Natural Resources says the program won't take away opportunities from hunters.
Thanks for watching, everybody. Go to joinin and
I don't know. They didn't provide any good reasons that I heard that we need to round up the geese and gas them to death is what they were saying. That is crazy. That is super crazy. Why do the people hate the birds so much right now? You get a chicken tests positive for the bird flu, you need to smoke the whole herd. What? And then they wonder why we got egg shortages and stuff like that. Now the geese are on the line. They're in the crosshairs. Now they're going to round up the geese. They're going to tell them to get on the train, and it's for the greater good. And then they're going to end up in the gas chambers. This is fucked up. And I'm here in Michigan. I didn't even know until I saw this video earlier today. Crazy. Super crazy. I think it is unnecessary. How about handing out free licenses to hunters that hunt geese? How about that? Or doing year-round licenses instead of, between this month and that month. How about sending people out there that eat geese to go delete the geese and put them in the freezer instead of gassing them and throwing them in a mass hole somewhere? I don't get that. I don't get it. Saying birds aren't real, I guess. They're not going to be pretty soon if we keep killing the whole flock. Holy. Next up, Trump urges AG Leticia James to resign amid bombshell fraud allegations, calling her a wacky crook. And we got 2 videos for this as well. The second video is titled Leticia James going full-on Jasmine Crockett. We're going to play both those videos back to back. As I've been saying, I got the Trump Live pulled up here. He is still not on stage. One or the other is coming up next. But first, we're going to read through the chat, see what you hooligans think about Holocaust and the geese here. Josh 1776, did we already cover the Michigan community leader body cam? No, I don't know that I can show it on the live. I have seen the video. I did not realize that guy was in Michigan. I don't think I can show it on the live, though, because of Twitch and YouTube's community guidelines. Send me a message and remind me to show it, and we'll show it on Saturday when the adults are here. Can't deal with YouTube and Twitch's community guidelines, but we'll play it on Saturday. Jay Spray, can't we just put tariffs on them and make them Canada's problem? I mean, I don't know. I don't know. I didn't think it was that big of a deal. I think it's probably like they were mentioning in the video that this is a convenience thing. Wealthy people don't want goose poop all over their yard. They don't want to have Jorge or whoever go clean it up. And so they would rather just smoke the geese in mass to keep their yards clear. So when they show up on the weekend to their vacation home, there's not geese hanging out all over the front yard. Sam, goose is delicious. I've never had it before. It's better than gassing them, though. Josh 1776, he was in Ohio, but I think he's from Michigan. Yeah, see, I don't know anything about it. I've seen the body cam footage, but I don't know what the incident was. I know they refer to him as a community leader, and he's like baring his teeth while fist fighting an officer which I don't know why the cop decided to go blow for blow with him instead of shooting him in the kneecap or something. But yeah, I've seen the footage. It's interesting. Josh 1776, they shit on docs, so this is strictly a rich person problem? Yeah. Zero, let the Haitians know Geese is on the menu. Yeah, I think there's better ways to deal with this than gassing the birds. And how did they land on that? We're just gonna gas them to death. What are you gonna gas them with? I don't know. I don't get it. Josh 1776, the footage ends when he decided to blast his brains out. That's what I figured, but I haven't been able to come across a video where you can actually watch him be shot and killed. That's normally the video I download, is the one where it shows everything, and I haven't found that yet. Zero, I tried one bite of duck and it was gross and greasy. Yeah, I've never had duck either. Guess I'm Goose. Yuck. Tastes like scabs I used to pick off and eat. Jesus loves us. Okay, well, I don't know if I'll be trying any goose anytime lately. You're eating goose, you're like, this tastes like it's got gas. J-Spray, next thing you know, they'll be bitching because they don't have any geese. Yeah, you're right. Russell, well, I'll shit on your doc if I get paid enough. Me too, Russell. Me too. Bill Clay, happy freedom to you. Duck with orange sauce is good. Interesting. What is orange sauce? What's up, Giggling Spy? Happy freedom to you. They could kill the geese and donate the meat to food shelters, etc. Yeah, I don't even... How did they land on gassing the geese? What kind of gas are they going to use? Are they going to put them in a tank and fill the tank with gas? Like, have they really thought this out? They're like, well, we got these chambers. Like, wait a minute, what do you mean? How long have you had these chambers? They're like, well, we were going to use them for green zones, but, you know, things didn't go that way. Screaming Eagle, goose liver pate. Right, we could be selling fancy food here, but no, they want to gas them. Dutton, orange sauce, is that the Trump special? It could be. It could be. Ghostly, what video? We're talking about the body cam footage of the community leader who's fist fighting an officer. It's been circulating on X for a couple days. Ghostly, I tried to friend request you on Steam, but there's 2 Ghostlies, and I can't figure out which one is you. What's up, Let's Go Brandon? Happy freedom to you. Let's Go Brandon. They're at every park and in all of our fields. Not really a problem, more of a nuisance. Cranes eat your ponds dry of fish, but no outrage over them. Yeah, exactly. It really seems like this is just some stuck-up people that don't like geese pooping on their yard or their dock, and they want to get rid of them. Screaming Eagle, chicken shit is the worst. Yeah. Ghostly, I live on a lake, and they aren't mean unless you have eggs. Yeah. My grandpa used to live on Hamlin Lake over by Ludington, and I grew up hanging out there, and I mean, we had geese, but I never had any problems with the geese. Trapper the Hologoose. It's the Hologoose. I don't know. Let me try this, Ghostly. I'll try it after the live. There was 2 Ghostlies that popped up when I searched it on Steam, and I couldn't figure out which one was you. Are you on Discord or some way I can actually get a hold of you in case I can't figure this out, Ghostly? Hey, thanks for being here, Meta. Be safe out there. Snooks, from what I hear, the geese are very mean and will chase and attack you and your animals. I've never had problems with geese like that. What is your name? What's up, Trek? Happy freedom to you. Yeah, we're live. I'm reading 6 chats, so Twitch is kind of down the line. What's up, Jay Blazer? Happy freedom to you. Backyard. I will eat duck and fashioned But I will understand Canadian geese in general is not very good eating at all. I've never heard anybody eating geese, so I mean, I'm inclined to believe that. What's up, Mia's? Happy Freedom. Vision can spray a deterrent on lawns that's made from grapes. Oh, yeah. See, I don't know. Why do we got to smoke the geese? It just doesn't make sense. Mary Beth, isn't goose poop good fertilizer? I suppose it depends on what you're trying to grow, but you would think so. Bob, they make damn good coats. I don't think we can come up with a good reason to gas the geese. Lone Wolf, meanest damn birds there are. I don't know. What about those big ass birds they got in Florida and stuff? I seen a vulture or something. It was the size of a toddler. I bet they're not very nice. Cinderella, wait, they're Canadian geese, not Michigan. They can't do that. I don't know. I don't know how it works. Somebody said, I'm trying to find it real quick here. Someone said on YouTube that Trump is trying to change them from Canadian geese to American geese. It's probably not true, but I really like that. I can't find it now. Lone Wolf, there's so many Canada geese here in southeast Michigan. They got shit everywhere. Plus, they make it so you can't swim in the lake in St. Clair because of E. coli levels. That's interesting. I mean, that's definitely an issue. That is an issue. They didn't bring that up in the video, but I mean, that's a real problem there. Mia's, they're a delicacy. Their meat is. Cam, I saw a meme that said that. I like it. I like it. I don't know how Canada feels about that, but yeah, I like that. I guess no. She's not hanging on the website because of controversy going on right now. Josh 1776, everyone in Michigan better get a goose down jacket from this. I'm saying I pay these damn state taxes. I want goose pillows. What's up, Mac Daddy? Happy Freedom to you. I've been goosed before, but I've never eaten geese. Yeah, I guess I've been in that boat too. All right, hooligans. President Trump is not on stage yet, so we'll go ahead and move forward here. Get away from the hologoose. This next one, like I said, we're going to play them back to back. It has to do with Leticia James. First one is Trump urges AG Leticia James to resign amid bombshell fraud allegations, calling her a wacky crook. And then the second video is titled Leticia James is going full-on Jasmine Crockett as she's being accused of this stuff by the DOJ. So let's get this first video pulled up. Hit that like button over on Rumble as well as the CommuTube, and let's get into this.
Speaking of the law, the Trump administration referring New York Attorney General Leticia James for possible prosecution over suspected, get this, fraud over a mortgage on a house in Virginia.
Todd Pyro joins us now with the details. Todd?
Good morning to all four of you. Remember that song from the 90s, Things That Make You Go, This is that. The Ingram angle obtaining documents from the Federal Housing Finance Agency accusing James of, quote, falsifying records in order to meet certain lending requirements and receive favorable loan terms. Now, here is what she's accused of doing. 1, listing a home in Virginia as her primary residence in 2023 while serving as New York's top prosecutor. 2, James reportedly also listed her father as her husband on mortgage applications. And 3, the Federal Housing Finance Agency says she bought a 5-family home in Brooklyn, but misrepresented the same property as only having 4 units in building permit applications and numerous documents. Now, this, of course, is a role reversal of sorts for James. In 2022, she won a $454 million civil fraud judgment against President Trump and the Trump Organization, stating he falsified business records and misrepresented his net worth. That case currently on appeal. James frequently sat in the courtroom throughout those proceedings. No love lost between the two, as you can see in some of these pictures. President Trump reacting to the new accusations against her, writing on Truth Social. Leticia James, a totally corrupt politician, should resign from her position as New York State Attorney General immediately. Everyone is trying to make New York great again, and it can never be done with this wacky crook in office. Fox News contributor and law professor Jonathan Turley also weighing in. Watch.
The irony is perfectly crushing. This is a person who prosecuted Trump for everything short of ripping a label off a mattress. As for James, if we apply the Leticia James standard that she created, there'd be little question here. This seems pretty straightforward.
Leticia James has not responded to our request for comment. Guys, back over to you.
It is such a crazy story. But Todd, I mean, there she is on an application. She says that her occupation is Attorney General for the state of New York. But at the same time, she says, my primary residence is in Virginia? Huh?
And I want to be clear. I think I may have said 2002. I believe it was 2003 that the case against Trump started. That is when she applied for this. So the fact that she accused and won in court against President Trump on charges involving documents, the fact that she then apparently, reportedly misrepresented herself on documents speaks volumes, and will be interesting to see how this all plays out.
Todd, what would be the point of listing that as your primary residence? So you can pay taxes in Virginia and not New York?
That appears to be unclear. I mean, look, inevitably she is paid by the state of New York, so her income taxes. But, you know, I'm no tax law expert. Presumably, when you do something like that, there is a tax reason. It could be connected to some familial relation. But at the end of the day, you don't tweak documents like that, probably, unless there's some financial gain to you. And that is ultimately what she accused Donald Trump of doing in 2000.
Yeah, why would you list your dad as your husband? Maybe your dad's helping her financially? I don't know. I don't know what it is.
But you can't
We'll
do
figure
that.
it out.
You can't list your dad. That's so easy to find out, though.
I know.
What kind of bank? It's not asking. He looks a little older than you. You sure this is, you know?
Maybe somebody else filled it out.
Who knows?
Which would be fraud, probably.
I'm Steve Doocy. All right, Leticia James there, being accused of fraud, fake documents. She's trying to say the same thing about President Trump before he became president for the second time. Now look at her dusty ass. Like I said, we got another video in the same tone here. This next one's titled Leticia James is going full on Jasmine Crockett. And I don't think it's going to help her case. We already think she's an ignorant piece of shit. Now she's going to go out here and show us that she is. Very nice.
My mission is clear. I'm focused. I'm prepared. I'm ready.
Prostitute.
I've been trained by the best. I went to Howard University that overturned legal segregation in this country. I've been taught in those classrooms where Thurgood Marshall once taught. I'm not afraid of no president. Donald Trump, we're ready for you. We're coming for you. We're standing up for you. We're fighting on. We're not going down silent. Victory, my friends, is clear. It's now. And I'm not waiting 4 years. I'm waiting 2 until a speaker by the name of Hakeem Jeffries comes to bring us some rest. Come on, ladies. It's up to us. We saved this democracy before. We'll save it now. Let's go.
What an idiot. It'll be nice to watch her go down in flames. She's a real piece of work there. Well, I still got this live pulled up with President Trump, waiting for him to show up. It is the Easter prayer service and dinner. It'll be starting sometime soon, I'm assuming. It was supposed to start at 5:30. It's now 6:11, so we'll see. I imagine it won't be too much longer. He'll be on stage. But if not, next up, we're going to be covering protesters being dragged out of Marjorie Taylor Greene's town hall. It's pretty humorous. It's coming up next. But first, we're going to read through the chat, see what you guys think about Leticia James being accused of fraud, saying that her house in Virginia, I think they said, is her main residence, even though she hangs out in New York. She also listed her father as her husband. I don't know if that was so she could get a mortgage or what. They didn't really say, but apparently she's been lying on documents, being accused of fraud, and, well, she signed up for it. Either way, reading through the chat. Guess I'm not afraid of no. Is that Howard English? I mean, I guess double negatives. Sam, she's on the chopping block now. Yeah, she is. Josh 1776, isn't Hakeem Jeffries her boyfriend? I mean, it might be her new boyfriend. I think Hakeem Jeffries is the one that they all call Diet Obama. He looks a little bit like Obama, but the top of his ears fold down for some reason. They're always bowing. I'm not sure what that's about. Never seen another human being like that. But yeah, I'm pretty sure that's who they call Diet Obama. Guess I'm just gonna call it out. Fanny, Leticia, Chris Flanagan, Henry Kuehler, maybe Henyard, Crockett, all caught in corruption. Yeah, I'm sure they just need somebody to look. Just take a look. I'm sure they got corruption going on. Zero, lying makes you weak. That's right. Sam, prostitute. I know, I smoked with that. It always cracks me up. It's funny because I'm the one hitting the damn sound effect button, the sound bites, and it still cracks me up. Mac Daddy, that lazy eye says otherwise about her being focused. Yeah, I don't think she's focused. Russell lied to get a loan. That's what I think too. I think she lied. Maybe it had to do with getting a mortgage. That's what I really think. Because when I tried to get a house, they wanted me to have a cosign, and they said the cosigner had to live in the house for 6 days or 6 months and 1 day in order to be eligible to be a cosigner. And so maybe she doesn't live there, but her dad does. He maybe doesn't have credit. And so she's like, oh, that's my husband. He's going to live there the whole year, whatever, and then use her credit to actually get the mortgage. But, you know, it's hard to say. Russell, hypocrites? Yeah, absolutely. Like John Kennedy says, if Democrats didn't have double standards, they'd have no standards at all. Every day they prove them right. Zero, Timu Obama? Yeah, Hakeem Jeffries. Russell, is your keyboard drunk? You poured too much beer on it. Sam, I find myself almost saying prostitute out loud sometimes in inappropriate moments. Yeah, Sam, I hear the sound bites in my head. Sometimes when I'm walking through Walmart, I hear the beats playing. I don't know. I love my job. Appeal to heaven, she lied to get a better loan, so her father's credit must be over 900. And listening, let's see, but listing as her husband, that's a little creepy. It is creepy, but it's also fraud. Metal Mouth, Hakeem Jeffries is a lop-eared Barack Obama. Yeah, basically. Puffin Stuff, Mr. Hands? Why you call him Mr. Hands? Happy freedom to you, Puffin Stuff. Tree Herder, she's been getting advice from Omar. That's not somebody you want to take advice from. What's up, AR-16? Happy freedom to you. Metal Mouth, you ain't got to call her a water buffalo. That's rude to water buffaloes. Screaming Eagle calling her a grifter. She is. Oh, absolutely. Rappy. Ew. She needs to sit down. She does. Well, I don't know what this is. Hold on. Let's see what this is.
White House with our Commander-in-Chief.
It's a great honor to officially present the Commander-in-Chief's trophy to the 2024 Navy Midshipman football team, a great team.
It's an honor to be here. Thank you for the support. You know, go Navy, beat Army.
I'm just going to say we couldn't have done it without Brian Newberry here. Praise the Lord.
You know, it's all about the team. The trophy's a team.
With the win, this trophy, you secure your spot as one of the greatest teams in Navy football history. That's a tremendous honor.
I'm so proud of these guys. And thank you, President Trump, for having us. Really an honor.
All right. So, like I said, we're waiting for President Trump to get on stage. Apparently, Right Side Broadcasting is they were playing a video posted by President Trump there, and I just thought we might as well take a peek at it. Either way, we're still reading through, and either President Trump or Marjorie Taylor Greene's Town Hall Smackdown is coming up next. It's one or the other. Guess doctor's office yesterday. I hit the wrong feed, and Beavis was explaining schlong to Butthead at full volume, and I was so embarrassed. Guess so. That is funny. There's no need to be embarrassed. If they didn't laugh, they're just a bunch of sissies. Kevin Jeffries walks like a caveman, does he? It's rough stuff. Happy for him to you, Kevin. Metal Mouth, I call it like I see it. Yeah, there ain't nothing wrong with that. Puffin stuff. Hakeem Jeffries speaks with his hands every syllable, like New Scum and his new podcast, and he's like doing all this kind of stuff. He doesn't know what to do with his hands. He can give us the old shoulder shimmy though, like back when everybody lost their house in California. What's up, DeRosa? Happy freedom. She didn't tweak documents, she twerked them. Yeah, I think you're right. It's catching up to her, though. DeRosa, who's your daddy? Every time I hear that, I think about this. There's a place in South Bend. I think they sell cigarettes. I think it's kind of like a gas station without gas pumps. They sell cigarettes and alcohol. And in Indiana, they're called the Hoosiers, the Hoosier State. And so there's like I said, there's a little store that's called Hoosier Daddy, but using the Hoosier phrase. And I think of that every time I hear that. Who is your daddy phrase? Jay Blazer, her and Crockett going to build a real estate empire? I don't know. If they do that, we're going to watch it all burn. Lisa, democracy, doesn't she know it's a republic? Nah, probably not. What's up, Steve S? Happy freedom. Steve S, government smackdowns come from Linda McMahon in the Department of Education. Yeah. I wonder when we're going to see that stuff pick up. They keep talking about doing away with FEMA, doing away with the Department of Education, doing away with taxes. You can't even get the mass deportation off the ground. This damn judge is constantly standing in the way. Mia's. Maybe her dad has power of attorney over her husband. Maybe. It's hard to say. What's up, Detroit River? Happy freedom. The dollar store Obama. That's a good one. What's up, Rhonda? Happy freedom to you. It's only 5:11 in Wisconsin. Yeah, but Right Side Broadcasting's going by Eastern time. Easter time. What's up, Juggalo? Happy freedom. Canadian Geese is real gamey. It does not sound good. What's up, Breeze by you? Happy freedom. Zero Hoosiers. Yeah, I don't know what a Hoosier is, though. I think it's a basketball team. I think there was a basketball team that was real famous or whatever. They went to state or something like that. They did really badass. I believe they were called the Hoosiers, and that caused Indiana to become the Hoosier State. I could be totally wrong, but I swear to God that's what I was told when I was younger. Because like I said, I was raised in Niles, which is right on the state line between Michigan and Indiana. So we were constantly going to Indiana every day. Cigarettes and alcohol were cheaper in Indiana. My parents that I was being raised by at the time, my grandma and my mom and stuff, they needed their cigarettes and they weren't going to pay top dollar for it. So they would go across state line and get it. So we were in Indiana all the time. And like I said, I'd see that store. I'm like, what is a Hoosier? I always thought it was related to Hooters, but it's not. So I don't know. That was the explanation I was given, and I'm giving it to you guys. So if it's bad info, my bad. Either way, President Trump is not on stage yet, almost an hour late. That's okay. We'll go ahead and get into this next video. It's titled Protesters Being Dragged Out of Marjorie Taylor Greene's Town Hall. And it's good stuff. We may not get a whole lot of accountability, but a smackdown is good enough, right? Hit that like button over on Rumble as well as the Commie Tube. And let's get into this.
Are you really doing this? Stop. Stop. Are you really doing it? Stop. Are you really doing it? Really?
Thank you. Come on, man. Thank you.
This is a second guy.
Hands up. Hands behind your back. Don't move. Stop.
This is a peaceful town hall. Now, this is a peaceful town hall, ladies and gentlemen. This should not have to happen. This is a town hall. So I'd like to start with our first video.
Good Lord, that's hilarious. That could have been our funny video of the day right there. I love how the tasers pop off and then everyone's like, woo! Yeah. Get those bad guys out of here. Marjorie Taylor Greene over there like, this is a peaceful town hall. As the officers are standing there with tasers and stuff, everybody's standing up with their phones all out. Good stuff. What a town hall. Fantastic. Well, still waiting on President Trump to show up live, but if that doesn't happen, next up we have hundreds of miles of land at U.S.-Mexico border to become Army base. They're going to do this because apparently we need more Army bases, but on top of that, when these border crossers cross that line, they will now be trespassing on military property, and we'll see how those border crossers get treated then. It's coming up next, but first we're going to read through the chat, see what you hooligans think about Marjorie Taylor Greene's town hall and the festivities that they had. Matt Rogers, what a wonderful sound. Buzz, buzz. Yeah. I thought it was funny that they were cheering. Normally when you hear like a loud pop or a bang like that, all the women got to scream their heads off. I don't know why they do that, but they do. And it makes everything more complicated and difficult. But instead there was cheering. Love that. Guess some? I'm sure it was self-defense. Yep. Shocking. Yes, guess some. Mac Daddy, they love their tasers. They do. Josh 1776. That's not the video I saw. Oh, yeah, because it's a two-piece. I did see just the second video by itself where the taser happened, but I saw that one and it had both clips. So I was like, that, you know, that's the one we're gonna go with. Russell, did you break your keyboard? I don't know if you're writing abbreviated sentences or what. Metal Mouth isn't electric. I don't know what that word is. I don't know if I want to say that out loud. We'll see. We'll see, Metal Mouth. I'm going to have to Google that. Ghostly, biologically, women screaming confuses men and gives them the best chance for escape. I guess. Yeah. I mean, that makes sense because when I hear, you know, something crazy happens, everyone's like, what the fuck happened? And the women are like, screaming their heads off. Your brain just goes blank. Like, you don't know what to do in it. You just freeze in place. And it's like, I don't know. I wish it wasn't like that. Enjoy your shower, appeal to heaven. Tree Herder, the crowd was electric. Yeah, they loved it. Era 16, the crackle sound like bacon frying. Got them good. Now they're going to turn around and sue the police department and get $4 million out of it. You never know. Rapping mostly peaceful. Yeah. What's up, MC? Happy freedom to you. Joel the Carrot Dude got a shocking answer. Why did they try to fight the cops? They were just being removed. That was the thing. They were just being removed. But once they started fighting the officers, now you're going to jail. You're getting assaulting an officer. And then you're getting resisting arrest. Like, how many years do you want to go to prison because you're mad at Marjorie Taylor Greene's prettier than you? Like, I don't get that. That doesn't make sense. If you don't like what she's saying, then leave. Being disruptive isn't going to do anything but get you put on your head and tased in front of a bunch of people cheering for you to shit your pants while being electrocuted. I don't know. You won't see me sign up for that. I'll tell you that right now. Bill Clay, Hooters is a restaurant. It is. Now, I saw some news claiming that they're going bankrupt or something, but I came across a news video the other day that didn't make it on the schedule saying, yeah, they did file for bankruptcy, but they're going to be going through some sort of rebranding, I guess. So Hooters isn't going away. They're going to be like changing their policies and stuff. They want to be more kid-friendly, I guess, which is a really weird thing for them to say considering it's Hooters, right? You got waitresses with their jugs out and little booty shorts and stuff, and they're like, we want to be more kid-friendly. Put clothes on your waitresses then. Like, I don't know what else to say. So, yeah, if you see the Blue News or whoever out there trying to tell you that they're going away, they're not. They're going through a rebranding. But I saw a video today that was claiming that Hooters was going out of business because they filed for bankruptcy. But businesses do it all the time for like financial strategic reasons. Of course, some people file bankruptcy because they ain't got a choice. But in the case of Hooters, they're not going away. They're getting a rebranding. Shroomish, kick his ass, Seabass. Mm-hmm. Tool to care, lick the floor. That's right. Tool to care, Gene Hackman movie, The Hoosiers. Yeah, I think that's in connection of why Indiana is the Hoosier state and all of that. Shroomish, Hoosier is a tire brand. I've never heard of that before. Kevin, Canada Geese taste like old swamp water. You guys are not selling me on eating goose. MC Hakeem Jeffries is a lizard. I think so too. Ghostly, Hooters needs to just be a strip club with food. That won't kill you. That's the only path forward for them. I think so too. They'd have a better chance at trying to pay dancers or get paid through dancers and selling wings to people enjoying strippers than trying to rebrand kind of a lowbrow theme and change that to be kid friendly. That doesn't make any sense. Information Warlord, Hooters went broke when they went woke. Yeah, that makes sense. That also kind of makes sense on why they would need rebranding. Bill Clay, Hooters needs a new menu. See, I've never actually been to Hooters. I just know of them. Drove past those places. DCAT in Michigan, if you touch a cop or try to push a cop, you are going to be charged with a felony assault underneath the full strength of Michigan law. Absolutely, DCAT. Police are here. They shoot you in the face. Like, that'd be that. Josh 1776, I think they're selling back to the original owner. It could be. The video that I saw wasn't very entertaining, which is why I didn't make the schedule. It was about a week ago. But they didn't want to admit that they've lost their way. And the reporter kept asking them, they were like, well, why are you trying to get back to your roots if you haven't lost your way throughout the time period? And they were like, well, we haven't lost our way. We're just getting back to our roots. And they're like, okay, but why? And the guy just could not answer the question. And so, I don't know. Zero, no male Hooter ladies, please. Yeah. Yeah, dudes walking around. Shapeshifters. Fake tits hanging out of their Hooter shirt. Mm-hmm. DeRosa, so if my daughter worked at Hooters, I'd have a t-shirt. Hooters daddy? I don't know. I don't know. DeRosa. I don't know. If I had a daughter, I wouldn't want her working at Hooters. I wouldn't want her working anywhere where she has to expose her body in order to be good at her job. I wouldn't want that. What's a root? It's what trees have. Roots. You know. Where's Trigger Crazy? Trigger Crazy's good at this game. It's roots on a roof. A dog says roof. What are you talking about? What's up, guess who? Happy freedom to you. Backyard renegade. Kid friendly means that they want to be able to put more clothes on the something. They're censoring you over here, backyard. I don't know. They star out swear words and stuff so they can hire fat chicks and not gross everybody out. Yeah, that could be it too. Yeah, Lisa Root. Kenneth, can we put tariffs on the Canadian geese? We were discussing that earlier. I'm not sure. Somebody else said that President Trump's going to change it from Canadian geese to American geese. Then we won't be able to put tariffs on them. Extra Bill Hoosier has been making drag racing tires since 1957. That's crazy. I did not know that. Mac. MTG was so unbothered and calm. I love her. Yeah, she's been dealing with bullshit for years. She's probably excited to see those people get put on their head. Steve S., instead of being in the U.S., when they cross the border, they have 60 feet of U.S. military base to cross to get to the U.S. Military has different laws. Yeah, they're going to be eating shit once that starts get put in production there. Pesky, I want to wrestle with MTG. She'd probably beat your ass. She probably would. She's a tough girl. But I know that's not what you're talking about. What's up, Kurt? Happy Freedom. What's up, Guy? Happy Freedom to you. A root seller. You guys, it's just the way my mouth says it. I don't know what to tell you. I don't speak French. I can't speak French because it's all oohs. And I can't be like, ooh, a root, a roof. It sounds stupid as shit. It's a roof. Those are roots. I can't be like, ooh. I don't talk like that. I just don't. It's not a Michigan accent either. I don't know. I just wasn't raised to talk like that. Jesus loves us, Breeze by you. I wish I could show the class that. That's a whole buffalo there. It ain't got enough clothes on to show the rest of the class, though. You're missing out if you're not over on jeffmaclive.com. I'll tell you that. Anyways, the president has still not joined us for the Easter prayer ceremony and dinner that is supposed to happen an hour and 3 minutes ago. So we're going to go ahead and move forward. Like I said, this next one is hundreds of miles of land at the U.S.-Mexico border to become an army base. Now, before we get into this, I want to remind you hooligans really quick, if you would like to join the membership program over on Rumble, all you have to do is click that big red subscribe button right below where you type in the chat. Now, if you're on Android and using the Rumble app, you're unable to see that big red subscribe button. So you got to go to the rumble.com website, come to the live, hop in the chat, and like I said, right below where you type in the chat, you will see that big red subscribe button. Click that button and jump through the hoops, and your name will be highlighted as an official Rumble hooligan. You'll have access to our custom emojis. We got chapstick emojis, screaming goat emojis, Klaus Daniels emojis, President Trump emojis, and more. It's a lot of fun during the live, especially during a Trump live, so definitely go join the membership program over on Rumble. Let's get this pulled up really quick like. Okay, this stuff on the screen has nothing to do with it, so just disregard that. This is hundreds of miles of land at the U.S.-Mexico border to become an army base. Hit the like button if you got one, and let's get into this.
New tonight, President Trump plans to transform hundreds of miles of land at the southwest border into an army base, which would allow soldiers to arrest border crossers for trespassing.
12 News journalist Bram Resnick has more on where the bases would be and the reaction.
President Donald Trump is following up on his January declaration of an invasion at the southwest border by putting military bases at the border on a 60-foot wide strip of land.
I will declare a national emergency at our southern border.
After just days in office, President Donald Trump dispatched thousands of troops to the southwest border in support roles. Now Trump has taken an unprecedented step. This new memorandum from the president allows the military to circumvent the 19th century Posse Comitatus law. It prohibits using the military in a law enforcement role on American soil. So Trump has ordered the Pentagon to designate land along the border as a military installation. Border crossers could be arrested by soldiers for trespassing on a military base. The specific border area is known as the Roosevelt Reservation, a 60-foot wide strip of land owned by the federal government along the U.S. side of the border with Mexico. It runs for 632 miles through California, Arizona, and New Mexico. 62 miles of tribal land on the Tohono O'odham Reservation are excluded from the Trump order. Legal experts say Trump's action will likely be challenged in court. Democratic Senator Mark Kelly said in a statement to 12 News that Trump's plan is a bad idea. Troops can support in emergencies, but this plan goes far beyond that. It risks putting service members in roles they aren't trained for, undermining their readiness for their missions. That's a bad idea and not what we need at the border. Trump's expansion of troops' border role comes as crossings have plunged in recent months. Just 7,200 migrant encounters were reported in March, according to U.S. Customs and Border Protection. That's down from more than 189,000 during the same month a year ago. Bram Resnick, 12 News.
All right, Bram, thanks.
I like how they cut the video there. All right, Graham, thanks. Yes. We're just going to go ahead and throw this on the screen so you guys don't think I'm lying about this Trump live. It's really waiting for us. Either way. Hundreds of miles of land at the U.S.-Mexico border becoming an army base. I wonder how long it'll take them to make the army base. Our border crossing numbers are an all-time low right now, I guess, which is really interesting because during the campaign trail when President Trump was running for president, he was saying that in his first term that the border crossing number got to a point where it said 0. There was no border crossers. Now they're saying it's at an all-time low. I don't know if that's because we're going negative because we're sending border crossers back. I'm not exactly sure. Seems like it would be hard to go any lower than 0. But either way, keep those numbers low. And like they were saying, this is a brand new deterrent because now when they cross that invisible line, they're no longer just breaking into our country, but they'll be trespassing on military property. And I don't think they're going to be met with a warm smile like during the Biden administration. Next up, if President Trump doesn't get on stage, we have a man who said that he was held captive in Connecticut home for 20 years speaks out. This is obviously a follow-up video on the guy that was held hostage in the top of his house. He was pulled out of school in 4th grade. His stepmom held him captive for 21 years, supposedly. He was being creative with using the bathroom. He was surviving off a sandwich and 2 cups of water a day. He set his house on fire, and that's how they discovered all of this. When the firefighter and police responded, that's how they came across the guy. He's in his 30s. He weighed like 68 pounds when they found him. And we've been kind of getting details here and there. Our last follow-up showed inside the house. You could see everything was dilapidated. It looked terrible. It was terrible looking inside the house, but it's a very strange story, and we got to follow up on it. Nothing too groundbreaking on these details that I can remember right off the top of my head, but either way, that is what's coming up next. I'm just going to go ahead and pull this video over here, and if whenever President Trump gets on stage, of course, he will take priority. But either way, we got the guy being held hostage in his home for 21 years coming up next. First, we're going to read through the chat, see what you hooligans think about us putting a military base on the border. That way, if these border crossers want to cross, they'll be trespassing on military property. Look at Klaus Daniels in the full loaf. Yes, very nice, very nice. You see him look at me? He's like, unhand me, you good sir. Hair Juicer, my buddy accidentally trespassed on an army arsenal here. He had 6 M4s in his face in seconds. Yeah, I bet. When I got stopped at the border going to Canada and I was detained, I was not going to try anything stupid. My whole vehicle was surrounded by French-speaking soldiers with ARs, and I was kind of like, I thought you guys couldn't have guns. Like, I was not going to try them, though. They were fine. They weren't mean to me, but they were very serious. They took it very serious. Breeze by you, insane how nothing that should be for America is for America. Hopefully it all changes. Yeah, we got to get back to doing good things, not bad things. Matt Rogers, yet our military guards other countries' borders all over the world. Yeah. Matt Rogers, Hoosier tires are what we are required to use on the dirt track. That's interesting that they go by brand. They must be like a good quality tire if they require those, or they must have some specification in them if they are a requirement for where you race. Josh 1776, by kid friendly, do they mean they want us to get them pregnant? Probably. That's probably what it is. Hey, thank you for being here, Rappy. Be safe out there. Tree herder, so our troops can keep other countries safe, but not our own? Seems that way. Elder Zoomer, stopping the invasion is exactly what our troops are for. Absolutely. Oh, Ghostly, I didn't realize. I will check it right after the live. Thank you for reminding me. Thank you, Snooks. I appreciate the compliment. Shroomish Camp Trump is what they should call it. Absolutely. Or Fort Trump. I like both. It's the way to go. Kevin, pop a tip for the boys. That funny video was so good the other day. Too old to care. Jeff doesn't do duck lips. Nah, I can't. I got these little bird lips. You gotta blame my parents. I was born without the ability to say root. I can't say it like that. Like you're whistling. It's a root. Mm-hmm. What's up, Jack? Happy freedom to you. Jack, rub some tariffs on it. That's right. It'll fix it all. What's up, Sage Pup? Happy freedom to you. I keep meaning to say hello to you. I see you bouncing around the platforms. I appreciate you being here, Sage Pup. Elder Zoomer, Fort Trump has a good ring to it. I agree. Here, Juicer, that's a... I'm not going to read that out loud. That's going to piss some people off. That's a funny one, though. Extra Bill, where's Matt and Let's Go? I know them both. Kick, Rumble. I can't find them. I want to say hello. They're all on Rumble. Extra Bill. Agent O, rename Hooters to Butters. I love Butters from South Park. That's the first thing that popped in my head. Butters. I don't know. That's something. That's something. How are you going? I'm going down to Butters. I don't know about Butters. That is something else. What's up, Cube? Happy freedom. Mike Ingalls. MTG can pin me. I like her on top. She's going to punch you in the face, though. That's the thing, Mike Ingalls. MTG, she's spicy. She's very spicy. What's up, Tony Brez? Happy freedom to you. All right, President Trump's still not done the thing yet, so we'll go ahead and move forward. Told to care you had a cat named Butters. I know somebody has got a cat named Teddy Butters. I love the Butters name. I'm trying to think, what is Butters' full name? Butters Leopold Scotch, I think is his full name. Oh, Kevin. Just hire big butt girls and call it Pooters. No. All right, let's go ahead and move forward here. Let me see where we are. Man who said that he was held captive in Connecticut home for 20 years speaks out. Let's get this pulled up here. Man, did President Trump prove me wrong or what? And I was like, oh, it's a prayer ceremony and a dinner. He won't be late because there's people waiting on him. Nah, I was wrong. Hour and 15 minutes late and waiting. Anyways, once again, this is titled Man Who Said That He Was Held Captive in Connecticut for 20 Years is finally speaking out. Hit that like button over on Rumble as well as the CommiTube, and let's get into this.
We are hearing now for the first time from the man who said he was abused and starved while being held captive in his family's home for 20 years. A horrific story out of Connecticut that we've covered on the show. Remember, a few months back, police and firefighters responding to a house on fire and found this 32-year-old man emaciated, just 68 pounds. He said he'd been held captive in the house for most of his life and set the fire to get out, according to police records. Now, the man, who calls himself S to protect his identity, says he is speaking out today to begin the process of reclaiming his life and to have my say, he says, in how my story is told, releasing the statement through a nonprofit group. Police arrested the man's stepmother, but she's denying all the allegations and is out on bond. Kathy Park is joining us now. Tell us more about this really extraordinary statement and some of the disturbing details contained in it.
Yeah, Hallie, this is quite an extraordinary story. And really, by giving himself his own name, he says it's the first of many choices that he will now be making. And I do want to read to you a part of the statement that he released for the first time today. He says, in part, I am a survivor of more than 20 years of captivity and domestic abuse. I was held prisoner in my home from the time I was taken out of the 4th grade at age 11. I'm much better and stronger than I was the day the first responders carried me out of my home. And, you know, he mentioned that the burning home that got the attention of first responders was actually his doing. He set his home on fire intentionally on purpose to help set him free, and it worked. S also went on to express his gratitude for all the help that he has been receiving so far. This includes health care professionals, first responders, law enforcement, everyone who is helping him heal through this journey right
She said intentionally on purpose.
justice and holding those accountable for the abuse that he endured pretty much his entire life. He added that what has been shared already is just part of his story, and someday perhaps he will disclose more. But Hallie, we should point out the investigation, it continues to play out. Kimberly Sullivan, his stepmom, is due in court next week. She is facing a number of charges. This includes assault in the first degree as well as kidnapping, but she has denied the allegations of all this as well as the abuse. Hallie.
Kathy Park, thank you very much for that.
Thanks for watching.
Okay, a little bit of an update there. I still don't know what the guy looks like. He's out here making statements, and when he did, and I got beyond the intentionally on purpose, I don't know. That's what intentionally means, but I was kind of thinking that his language sounds kind of up to date considering he has a 4th grade education. He's been locked in a room for 21 years. So I don't know if they had someone write it down for him or what exactly that was all about. I'm interested to see what the guy looks like. I also think it's interesting that he's making claims that like he's already doing better and stuff like that. It seems like if you were locked away in 4th grade and you haven't been able to basically leave the house in 21 years, that you would be speaking like kind of, you'd be talking like a baby, you would think. I mean, I don't know. I assume he had conversations with his stepmom to some degree, so maybe he was picking it up from that. But to not have any education, not have any entertainment, not have any access to anybody outside of the house, that language seems a little too well put together for somebody that was held captive since he was in 4th grade. But it's weird how they slow drip us this story. You would think that people would be wanting to get to the bottom of this. It is like Texas Chainsaw Massacre weird. Like this whole story is, but they're so secretive about it. And then the woman looks insane. And then she claims it's all nonsense, that it's completely not true. So I don't know. Hopefully we'll get to the point where we can get some real details on this story. Of course, we're still waiting on President Trump. Now we can see inside the White House, I can assume, is where they're at. Individuals ready for the dinner, but you know who I noticed sitting right there? You see the guy drinking water right there? Next to him, dark suit, red tie. That is a pastor dude, and I cannot think of his name, but he had that song that went viral during the lockdowns talking about COVID-19 and all of that. He's got like a monstrous face. I swear to God, that's who this guy is. Let me see if I can find the video really quick. Is that Bill Clinton? No, I don't know who these other guys are. Let me see if I can find it. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's this. You guys remember this? It's this guy. That's who we were just looking at.
Then sang Moses and the children of Israel this song unto the Lord. COVID-19, 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 COVID-19. I blow the wind of God.
All right, that's enough of that. But that was a hit during the lockdowns. Me and all my buddies kept sending that to each other every day while we were locked in our house. I'll miss that shit. Either way, Still waiting on President Trump and all of that. We'll leave it on this screen. That way you guys can wait with me. Next up, give us the Epstein records. They have started a lawsuit against Pam Bondi and the DOJ saying that they are defying the Freedom of Information Act and that we deserve the Epstein client list and they're withholding it from us. Now, like I said before, I don't usually agree with lawsuits against the Trump administration, but this one actually makes sense. We want these Epstein client lists. We want arrests. We want to know why no one is doing anything about this. So it seems that we might be getting some answers soon. It's potentially coming up next unless President Trump steps up on the screen. But first, we're going to read through the chat, see what you hooligans think about this individual that was supposedly locked in his house for 21 years, finally speaking out. Heard you, that song slaps. I know. I know it does. I wanted to cut it off before it gets stuck in my head. Josh 1776, I could tell you why they're not going to release the list. I think they're not releasing the list because half these people are donating $500 billion to the government right now. Like they're saying with Apple. We've been talking about that for a couple days. They keep claiming that Bill Gates is on the list and that he was at the island and blah, 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 blah. But when you see President Trump, he's just bragging about how Apple's giving up $500 billion to America. Well, why isn't that guy going to jail instead? So, I don't know. Breeze by you, we need accountability for sure. Absolutely. He's a rabbi? I don't know what he is. But he's right there. He's right in the corner of the screen right there. It's the same guy. I swear to God it is. I want to hear him sing the song. Breeze by you, the whole story is odd, but the house, ew. Yeah, the inside of the house was terrible looking. Mac Daddy, what took him so long to set the house on fire? The story where his sister came looking for him and they lied to her about where he was. Yeah, oh yeah, that was the last time we covered this story was when they were talking to his sister who looked like a lefty and all of that. I forgot about that. Hair Juicer, he's currently in custody facing charges for reckless endangerment and arson. Yeah, that makes sense. What if he's just mentally ill and he set the house on fire, he's facing charges, he's in trouble, he doesn't want to be in trouble, so instead he's making claims that he was kidnapped for 21 years. I don't know. I can't wait till we get more actual information about the story so we can start filling in the blanks. Breeze by you, the condition of the entire house was not livable. Yeah, it was awful. Snooks is not Franklin. No, it's not Franklin Graham. It's not part of... It's not any of the Graham family. Ghostly, lock her up. Yeah, is she out on bond right now? I didn't catch it in the story. She looks like a meth head, though. She's got that permanent makeup and this eyeliner goes up the side of her eye. Metamouth, no, it's not Franklin Graham. Bill Clay, Trump's going on an Easter egg hunt? Maybe. Tree Herder, I learned everything they had to teach me by 2nd grade. Yeah, pretty much once you know how to read, write, and do math, after that they just indoctrinate you. Ghostly, a lawyer, wrote that for sure. Yeah, I think so too. Oh, Ghostly, you're talking about locking up Pam Bondi? Well, we need something. We need some. I don't know about locking her up, but she needs to go ahead with these files. They told us we were going to get them, and then they kind of duped us. They put those binders out, and it was all information we already had, except the information we had was unredacted, and the stuff they recently gave us it was nothing but redactions. So, yeah, not real pleased with that. Oh, Hair Juicer, I figured it was real, the way life is. So apparently he's not being held in custody. It fit the bill, though. Thank you for letting me know, Hair Juicer. Mac Daddy had a dad, and I thought... And he lived there also. Pretty sure that was in the first story. Yeah, but his dad died. His dad died a couple years ago, and apparently the stepmom kept keeping the son in custody because that was the father's wishes. That was the claims that they were making. Ghostly, pedos and pedo lovers should go to Gitmo. Well, I think they deserve worse than that, but it's definitely a start. What's up, Red Wagon? Happy Freedom. What's up, Cats? Happy Freedom to you. I wonder when the dinner's going to begin. Rob, look up Remix Brothers, and Kenneth Copeland is sampled in a lot of those videos. I'll look it up. Thank you for letting me know, Rob. What's up, Shickle? Happy Freedom to you. His name is Copeland? Hold on, let me see if we can find his whole name. Oh yeah, Kenneth Copeland. Is there a way to make this full screen? This guy, oh, you can't even see it. Jesus loves us. Well, either way, maybe if we put it on the full screen, he's right there in the corner. He's getting ready to perform the COVID-19 song. Mac, is there an MP3 of that? There could be. I could rip it into an MP3. Send me an email address and I'll send you the MP3 of it. Shickle, dude's a nut, I tell you. Yeah, he got confronted a couple years ago about spending a lot of money on a private jet or something like that, something along those lines. I'm not sure what came of that, but yeah, there's a lot of people that don't seem to like that guy. What's up, Wad? Happy Freedom to you. Poor Hair Juicer's got to tell me when he tells jokes, because I'll believe anything. That's all right. That's all right. What's up, My Feed? Happy Freedom to you. The dad died. Why and how? I don't remember. Let me see if I can figure it out really quick. His dad died January of 2024. Doesn't say. It doesn't say how he died. CNN says he was bound to a wheelchair. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know how the dad died. Metamouth, Kenneth Copeland has his own private jet that he pilots. That's interesting. Screaming Eagle, they're all grifters. Yeah. Yeah. You see people talking about God and getting rich. A lot of times they are grifters. The Graham family does a lot of good stuff for everybody. They are the ones that do the Samaritan's Purse and all of that. So I don't think the Graham family is a bunch of grifters. I might be wrong. I don't know. But I've listened to damn near everything that Billy Graham has ever said. When I used to work as a chaplain and all of that, I had a day job, and then at night I'd be a chaplain. And during my day job, I would always hear Billy Graham preaching and stuff like that. And I know Franklin Graham does, he continues the work. And Franklin Graham and President Trump hang out quite often. We've covered a lot of that because of Samaritan's Purse. The people in North Carolina that have needed help and all of that, Samaritan's Purse has been helping them out through Franklin Graham. So I don't think the Graham family is grifters. That's just my opinion. But a lot of these other guys, you see preachers with Rolexes, driving Cadillacs, and living in mansions and stuff. I think a lot of them is they make money off God. That's just my opinion, though. Priest, how the hell did a wheelchair get in the house? I don't know. It was CNN. I didn't even click the link. That was enough. Wad. The chat's giving you issues with using the space bar? That's weird. Wait, what's the report? Yeah? Are you sure, though? Okay, well, thank you for letting me know, Klaus Daniels. All right, I think we'll go ahead and move forward here. Let's see. Yeah, we got enough time. I'm going to pull this video aside as we continue to wait for President Trump, just like his guests. And we'll get into this next one. Like I said, it's titled, Give Us the Epstein Records. This is a lawsuit being brought against Pam Bondi and the DOJ for not giving us the Epstein client list. Hit that like button if you got one, and let's get into this.
Folks, the nonprofit organization Judicial Watch has filed a major federal lawsuit against Attorney General Pam Bondi and the DOJ for refusing to release the Epstein client list. The lawsuit alleges the Trump administration is violating the Freedom of Information Act. Judicial Watch wants the court to force the DOJ to release all relevant records. Joining me now, President of Judicial Watch, Tom Fitton. Sir, it's great to see you. In February, the DOJ released roughly, 200-page document related to Epstein. The White House put on a big show of this.
Nope, it's Trump time.
Really?
Remind me that we want the Epstein files after this, because I'm totally not going to remember what video we're on.
Special Easter dinner.
Please welcome Charles Billingsley.
Start this evening by bowing our heads.
There's Franklin Graham right there.
Our which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, and thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our debts as we forgive our debtors. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom and the power and the glory forever.
I wish you all a very happy Easter. And Mr. President, we want to just thank you for your strong stance and for honoring Easter the way it should be honored. So we're very grateful, sir. Thank you. I want to give you an old song. Yes, sir? Oh, well. By the way, this is Adam Lancaster here on the piano, and it is truly an honor to be here. And I want to give you a little song that's to the tune of the old Italian aria, O Sole Mio. But several years back, a man put Christian lyrics to it, and so the first verse is about Christmas, and the second verse is about Easter, and I want to give it to you.
He has AM radio voice.
Down from his glory, ever-living story, my God and Savior came, and Jesus was his name, born in a manger, to his own a stranger, a man of sorrow, tears, and agony, without reluctance, flesh and blood his substance. He took the form of man, revealed God's hidden plan. Oh, glorious mystery, sacrifice of Calvary. And now I know he is the great I am. Oh, I love him, how I adore him, my breath, my sunshine, my all in all, the great Creator became my Savior, and all God's fullness dwelleth in him.
You hooligans are smoking me in the chat. Almost everyone on YouTube left. Walked out the door as soon as this guy started singing. It ain't my fault, okay? I'm required to show the Trump lives, and here we are.
I love him, how I adore him, my breath, my sunshine, my all in all, the great Creator became my Savior, and all God's fullness dwelleth in him.
you so much, Charles. Absolutely beautiful. And it's an honor to have every one of you join us here at the beautiful White House with President Trump and the White House Faith Office, and to have the world join us right now as we're streaming. I am very honored. It's actually the honor of my life, President Trump. I've been with you 24 years, and to be appointed and to serve as the senior advisor to you for the White House Faith Office, and our faith director, Jenny Korn, here. It is our honor to serve you all, and we've actually had over 1,000 faith leaders in through the White House in just this short time period. As Christians, it is our most holy time. We are going to have Great Friday on this Friday, and then, of course, Resurrection Sunday. And tonight we gather not only to celebrate, but to remember. Before there was a crown of glory, there was a crown of thorns. And before the joy of Sunday morning, there was the agony of Friday afternoon. Jesus, the Lamb of God, willingly gave himself. He was betrayed, he was beaten, he was mocked, he was spit upon, he was crucified unjustly under the Roman law, nailed to that cross, not for his sin, but for our sin. And the Bible declares that greater love has no one than this, to lay down one's life for one's friend. And that's what Jesus did. Not out of obligation, but out of pure love. He took our place and he bore our shame. He hung between heaven and earth, arms stretched out wide, as if to say, this is how much I love you. When he said it is finished, it means it is perfectly perfect and completely complete. It was not a cry of defeat. He was not defeated. He was declaring that the debt that had to be paid for the fall of man had been paid by the perfect sacrifice, the spotless Lamb of God, and that debt was paid in full. Amen. And because of that cross, no sin is too great, no person is too lost, and no night is too dark. His blood still saves. His sacrifice still speaks. And tonight, before we rejoice over the stone that has been rolled away, I want to take a moment as we reverence the Savior who laid down his life. He paid it all so we could live free and forgiven forever. Father God, I come to you in the name of Jesus, and I thank you that on that dark day of Good Friday, the Bible declares that before the foundations were laid, the Lamb of God was slain, that you had a plan not to leave us lost or hopeless or helpless, but to rescue us, to save us. And we thank you for the price that was paid, for the blood that was shed. I'm reminded of the old hymn, what can wash away my sin? Nothing but the blood of Jesus. And what can make me whole again? Nothing but the blood of Jesus. So I give you praise and glory in Jesus' name. And it is my great honor to introduce my dear friend and a great man of God to all of us. He is such a hero of faith. And if you ever talk to him, he says, I'm just a sinner saved by grace. He's not going to leave us on the cross. But Reverend Franklin Graham is going to talk to us about that wonderful resurrection. Franklin.
Thank you, Paula. And thank you, Mr. President, for inviting us here. And I think I can speak on behalf of all of us, how grateful we are for your leadership in standing tall, standing firm. There's been a spiritual drought in this city the last few years and in this House. And so I'm very grateful for the Easter declaration that you put out. Thank you. Let us pray. Our Father and our God, we come tonight to say thank you. Thank you for sending your Son, Jesus Christ, to this earth to take our sins. That he died on the cross, shedding his own blood for each and every one. Buried in a tomb of sin. But on the third day, you raised him to life. And Father, we know that if we confess our sins and repent and believe on the name of your Son, the Lord Jesus Christ, we shall be saved. And Father, it's my prayer tonight that many people this Easter would turn from their sins and by faith believe on the name of your Son. And it's his name that we pray. Amen. I was told to introduce the President. It feels so dumb to have to introduce the President of the United States in his own house. But ladies and gentlemen, what a privilege, isn't it? To have the President of the United States invite us here. So, Mr. President, please. Come.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you. Thank you very much. It's a real honor, and we've all worked very hard to get here. And I want to thank you for the tremendous support that we had. Just about 88%, I'd say that's good. I said, why didn't we hit 90? But it's pretty good. And all friends and everybody in this room is a very special friend. I want to pay great homage to the White House. There's no place like it. I've been in many houses. I've seen the nicest of the nice, and there's nothing like it. And really what it represents. And being here with you in the middle of Holy Week as we remember two of the most monumental events in all of history, the death and the resurrection of Jesus Christ. I want to thank Pastor Paula White and Reverend Franklin Graham, all of the incredible, respected, highly respected members of clergy and friends, just friends of great faith. Many thanks as well to Secretary of State Marco Rubio, who's been fantastic. Many faith leaders that are here tonight. Angel Mom, Patty Morin, who's been through hell. Where's Patty? Patty, stand up, Patty. Please. Yes, her incredible daughter. And her daughter's looking down on Patty today. This was some day for you, and we appreciate it, Patty, and we're all with you 100%. And you are indeed an angel mom. Thank you very much. And a very special thanks to Charles Billingsley for the magnificent performance. Thank you, Charles. That was nearly 2,000 years ago during the sacred week, the living Son of God entered Jerusalem in triumph. Soon after, the Savior of mankind, who brought truth and light into the world, was betrayed, arrested, and tried, beaten, and nailed to a cross and crucified. For our sake, he gave up his life, and as the very great Reverend Billy Graham once said, God proved his love on the cross when Christ hung and bled and died. It was God saying to the world, I love you. Those are beautiful words from a great man, Franklin, right? A great man, Franklin's incredible father. I went to Yankee Stadium with my father many years ago to watch your father. And you think we have big crowds today? It was some crowd. Never forget it. So thank you very much, and thank you for being here, Franklin, very much. 3 days, your father would be very proud of you, by the way. Incredible job you did. 3 days later, Christ's followers found the empty tomb. Jesus had defeated darkness and death and promised new life to all of humankind. And that's what we celebrate each year at Easter as we joyfully proclaim on Sunday, He is risen. The death and resurrection of Jesus are the essence of the Christian faith. Whether rich or poor, healthy or sick, young or old, or in times of peace or war, Christians everywhere find solace and hope in the knowledge that Christ died for them and that they could be united with him in heaven. And that's what we want. That's what we all want. The miracles of Holy Week set in motion a transformation in human existence. Countless millions of Americans have been moved by Christ's example to heal the sick, defend their families, lift up their communities, and make our country stronger, better, and greater than ever before. With God's grace over these past 3 months, and we have had a great 3 months. They say maybe the best 3 months ever for a president and an administration. It was really great. We have fantastic people, and they're people that believe like you do. But we've achieved more than most administrations, they've been saying, do in 4 years or even 8 years, just in a short period of time. And I think there's a whole new spirit in our country, and I think there's a whole new respect for our country. Our country was not respected 5 months ago, 6 months ago, although I think November 5th did a lot to get that respect, Franklin. I think it was a big day. I hope is going to go down as one of the most important days in the history of our country, November 5th. We're restoring our prosperity, securing our borders. We're rebuilding the U.S. military. I did it once, now I'm going to do it again, and even more so. We're standing up for a persecuted Christian and so many Christians that have been persecuted all over the world. So horrible what's happened. And defending religious liberty. We had nobody fighting for our Christians in other parts of the world that were being so incredibly destroyed, killed, injured, hurt, but they died. So many died. You wouldn't think that could happen in this time, in this sort of modern time. I proudly created the White House Faith Office and a brand new DOJ task force to eradicate anti-Christian bias. And there is anti-Christian. You don't hear about that very much, but there is anti-Christian bias. We're stopping the radical indoctrination in our schools and supporting school choice. And we're going to be moving our education department and various educational departments down to the states where they belong. We spend more money per pupil than any country in the world, and we don't get the answer. We are in the lower tier of 40 nations, the 40 nations that they rate. And I think when we do this, it's going to make a tremendous difference. Think of it, we spend more per pupil than any country in the world, and yet it's Denmark and Norway, Sweden, even China does very well in the top 10. And so we can't blame it on size. We're big, but China is really big. And we're going to be there. We're going to be there soon when the states run their education department instead of some bureaucrat in Washington. It's going to make a very big, I think it's going to make a very big difference. And I also, and this was a very easy one for me, I guess some people still fight it, because I saw on television today a Democrat congressman fighting so hard. I banned men from women's sports. Seems easy. And I signed an executive order making it official and the official policy of the United States that God created two genders, male and female. That's not too difficult. So there's so much to celebrate this Easter. This is really, I hope, going to be one of the great Easters ever, because we have something going that I don't think this country has seen in 100 years. And as we gather with family and friends, we'll not forget the true source of our joy and our strength. America has put our trust in God. It will always be in God we trust. We will never change that. You know, there's a movement to change it. It will not happen. We won't let that happen. Can you imagine a movement to change that? Robert, you're not happy about that when you hear that. Look at him. He's getting angrier and angrier. We can get angry too, can't we, huh? No, it's never going to change. And with God's help, we can overcome every challenge, triumph over every evil, and restore the spirit of faith in the United States for generations to come. We have a very simple slogan, make America great again, and that's exactly what we're doing. We're making America great again, and I like to add that I really believe greater than ever before. So once again, let me wish you all a very joyful and blessed Easter, and I would now like to ask Pastor Jensen Franklin, a supporter right from day one, he's been here, I think, Paula, from the first moment that we started, and who would have known that it was going to turn out this way, but the support I've had from evangelicals, Christians, and everybody, people of faith, really, has been incredible. I believe it's been unprecedented, actually, by a lot, not just by a little bit. So, Pastor Franklin, if you would, please come up. Thank you very much. Thank you for your support. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. President. I was sitting there and I saw the card they gave me where I was sitting at table 1 from Eastern North Carolina originally. And God called me to preach out in a cornfield. And to be here being honored to represent ministers across the nation who don't get an opportunity like this, we want to say thank you. This is so, you don't have to do this. You're too busy to do this. But we want to say thank you. We see all that you do, all your family goes through. And we're so thankful God assigned an angel to stand between you and that bullet. To God be the glory. And Jesus walked into a room like this with religious leaders named Peter, James, John, Matthew, Mark, Luke. And some might have been on the back table and some might have been watching in a ministry somewhere that nobody's never heard of, and you pastor 50 people and you do it with all of your heart for the glory of God. And Jesus walked into a meeting like this and he took a pot of water and he went from table to table washing the feet, giving dignity and honor to everyone, and also washing and cleansing. And that's what this is all about this week. And to have a president and his first lady make a statement like you made on social media about this week, you just don't understand how God is using you. There's a movement going on in our churches, Mr. President, and I think this group here can testify. We've never had attendance like we're having. We're running over. Our buildings are packed. God is moving in this nation mightily, and we're thankful for that. And if you're watching right now and you're broken and you're hurting and you're lonely, or maybe you're in a hospital room, or you're wondering, is there any more to life than this? You need Jesus. He's not a religion to us, and we don't do this for careers. But He bled and He died and He rose from the dead to give us all that blessed hope. And I thank Him for it. Lord, we love you. We thank you. We're so honored. And we pray for President Trump and First Lady Melania and their precious family. We do hold them up in this room tonight, and we believe that you have them in a bubble of protection. Keep them and watch over them. Give Him wisdom, give Him favor, and let your goodness and your mercy reign in this nation like never before. And we'll give you the praise. Bless this food. Bless this evening. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. Thank you, Paula. We love Paula White. Isn't she amazing? Paula White.
All right, so that was President Trump for the prayer service and Easter dinner. live there. We did the thing. I got something in my eyeball. I don't know what the hell's going on. Either way, we still got quite a bit of news left to cover. I don't even know if we're halfway through it. Today's going to be an all-day live, I guess. I don't know how I'm going to eat today. Oh, well. I'll figure it out. Let's get back into this video like I was saying before. Give us Epstein records. It is titled. It's a lawsuit against Pam Bondi and the DOJ for not providing the Epstein client list. They're claiming that this is an infringement on the Freedom of Information Act. I'm going to have to go do something so I can actually open my eyes. Either way, lawsuit's starting up. Go ahead and hit that like button if you got one, and let's get into this.
Folks, the nonprofit organization Judicial Watch has filed a major federal lawsuit against Attorney General Pam Bondi and the DOJ for refusing to release the Epstein client list. The lawsuit alleges the Trump administration is violating the Freedom of Information Act. Judicial Watch wants the court to force the DOJ to release all relevant records. Joining me now, President of Judicial Watch, Tom Fitton. Sir, it's great to see you. In February, the DOJ released roughly, 200-page document related to Epstein. The White House put on a big show of this with social media influencers there, but it really provided no big revelations. The president has ordered these files to be released. How can DOJ refuse to follow those orders, number one? And what about the potential violations of the Freedom of Information Act that you articulated in your lawsuit?
Yeah, it was a simple request. We said, give us the Epstein records. Chris, we asked the Justice Department and the FBI also for records in Kash Patel's office and Attorney General Bondi's office for records about that whole screw-up of a release where it was revealed that there may have been FBI interference or some other interference in the review of the documents. And when we asked for the records under law, we gave them more than enough time, more time than even the law necessarily calls for, to respond to us. We've gotten no response. And in my view, this is the best way to get the information to the American people in a trustworthy fashion, because through the FOIA process, you get the documents. They are required typically to tell you what documents you're not getting, if they're withholding anything, what they're withholding and why, some detail there, where the records were, who did the search, what was searched, all essential to reassure the public that we're getting everything that's possibly to be gotten on this Epstein scandal. Not only the client list, but even going back to the circumstances of his death. Lots of questions remain about these various issues.
I have my own reasons, but why do you think the Epstein information should be released?
Because it was a scandal. It was a powerful person who seemingly got away with serious crimes. He's connected to powerful individuals. It's not just an American scandal, it's an international scandal. The poor Queen of England was having to deal with her son, Prince Andrew, getting caught up in this abuse, it looks like. And so people want to know who else was involved. They want to know the full scope of it and how he got away with abusing more women for years, despite the feds having embedded rights.
Yeah, women and children. Meantime, Massachusetts Judge Indira Telwani is unconstitutionally trying to stop the...
Okay, so then they go on to talk about mass deportation stuff and judges standing in the way. Well, we already know about all that. So, either way, like I said, lawsuits starting to get the Epstein client list. It shouldn't have to be that way, but apparently it is, because they're doing everything except for providing the Epstein client list to us. And having the list is great and all, but why aren't they arresting these people? They already know who's on the list. They have all the information there is to have. So why haven't they arrested anybody? What is the excuse? I don't even know what excuse would justify any of these people doing bad things on the island not being arrested. Why do they get to just walk away free? Like, where's justice for the victims and all of that? Maybe we'll have a follow-up on this video. I'm hoping, so we can figure out more. They should just release it, and then they wouldn't have to deal with a lawsuit, but they also may be confident that they'll win the lawsuit, which is kind of bullshit. So either way, next up, we got Carmelo Anthony's team releases a point of view video filmed on Ray-Ban Meta glasses, and brags about intimidating a female reporter. Now, I watched this video like 4 or 5 times. I don't know where the intimidating of the female reporter happens. I can't figure it out. Maybe you guys will be able to figure it out. But then after that, we have Judge Holds. No, that's different. So, is this one by its... Oh, okay, yeah. Because I would say we got a bunch of videos that are back-to-back. Our last bit of the news is 3 videos back-to-back. This one is just a follow-up on Carmelo Anthony, which is the kid that stabbed the other kid at the track meet, trying to make claims that it's self-defense, even though he showed up at a track meet with a knife. He was skipping school. He was hanging out under a tent that was supposed to represent what school you were from. He was not from that school. He was asked to move, and instead he stabbed the other kid in the heart and killed him. And now he's out on bond, and he's being treated like a celebrity. Apparently they just moved into a $9,000 mansion. They got a brand new car and a bunch of other stuff. He's on his way to becoming a millionaire, all because he stabbed another kid in the heart. So that story is coming up next, but first we're going to read through the chat, see what you hooligans think about this lawsuit over the Epstein files. Hair Juicer, arrest Cash and Pam. They're complicit. Yeah, it seems that way. It just doesn't make sense that they know everything there is to know about the island, and then no bad guys go to jail. That just doesn't make sense. What's up, Sibo? Happy freedom. FOIA is a joke. Ohio passed a law that local police can now charge up to $750 per request for processing of body cam footage to be released. That's bullshit. That is, wow. That is crazy. How do we have any justice? It's like they spend all their time making laws to take our rights away or to keep criminals on the streets. It just doesn't make any sense. Russell, yeah, but you can't beat off in Ohio either. Yeah, that's true. $1,000 fine at first. It's too much. I don't know what I did to my eye, but all of a sudden, like, my eye is all messed up. Russell, your keyboard is screwed? I'm sorry to hear that. They probably got cheap ones at Walmart. I know they do on Amazon, but that's not going to help you in the next 24 hours. Thank you for joining us over here on Rumble, Cricket Kiss. Stoner, a $9,000 mansion? It's a $900,000 mansion. I don't know. We'll get into the details after we cover the story. Totally care. Habitual Epstein lister is not innocent. Yeah, I agree. Appeal to heaven, exactly. Arrest these people on the Epstein list. Yeah, there's no excuse. There is no excuse. And I know a lot of people are saying, it takes time and stuff, but like, how much time? Well, like, they already know everything. There's no investigation. There is no investigation going on at all. It'd be different if it was an open investigation and they're trying to figure out all the details and all of that. That is not going on. It is way past that. We are at the time where they can either give us the info or arrest people or do both. And they're not doing either. And that's not all right. And it burns me up when you hear Pam Bondi come out and go, yeah, we're the most transparent administration ever. That's great. But you're not even giving us what you promised. So, like, what makes you think you can say that? It's messed up. I'm not blaming Trump, but it's like, Pam Bondi and all, that's what they were running on. That's what they were like, if I get selected, I'm going to do this. And then they got selected and did not do that. They thought putting out that binder with redacted information would be good enough for us. And I don't know, it wasn't. And so now they're just kind of like, oh, well, they're just not going to do anything about it. Kevin, just eat on stream. We don't care. Nah, I can't. I have to go buy the food, cook the food, wash the dishes. I can't. There's no way for me to do it. I'll figure it out. Cricket Kiss is the effing House of Cards. Yeah, and it is turning into that. Hey, thank you for being here. Too old to care. Have a fantastic night. Elder Zoomer, it's a $100 processing fee per body cam where I live. That's crazy. I didn't know that they were charging for that. Tony Rez, it's weird they haven't even arrested low-level offenders so they can say that they're doing something about it. Yeah, they're just like straight not doing anything. Fitzy, Cooking with Jeff. Soon enough, we'll have Cooking with Hooligans. Hey, thanks for being here, guys. Enjoy your dinner. Hey, thanks for being here, Viola. What's up, Tony Rich? Happy freedom. What's up, Austin? Happy freedom to you. They didn't do that for us. Let me see. It's not about them knowing. It's about them feeding it to the public for digestion and controlling the fallout from the entire industry's falling. I mean, I guess, but like how long is this going to go on? We've known about it the entire time the Biden administration was in office. So now we're going on 5 or 6 years where the public has known about Epstein Island. Everyone's been asking about arrests. Everyone's been asking who's on the client list on the left and the right. The left claims that Trump was on the island. The right says, no, he was just on the plane. And we've been discussing this for 5 years. So, like, how long do we got to wait before they're going to actually get off their ass and go do something? Because I tell you, you post a meme funny enough on Facebook and these bastards are knocking on your door like, hey, what did you mean when you said that her ass tastes like casserole? You know, like, they have no problem getting up and arresting little regular ass people that aren't even doing anything wrong. They're just posting on the internet. But when it comes to child rape on an island, let's give it 5 years and see if we decide to do anything with it. That shit doesn't make sense to me. It just doesn't. There's no excuse in the world that makes that make sense to me. Sibo, I'm really not worried about it. Let's see, it's all one case of corruption and racketeering. 95% of our politicians are wrapped up in these crimes. I don't want 5 or 10 arrests. I want thousands of arrests all at once. I do too. I just wish that they were doing something other than getting paid to go on TV and talk to us. Hair Juicer, what the fuck? We already paid for the documents and the body cam. It's ours. Yeah, Hair Juicer. When it comes to FOIAs, yeah, our taxes pay for police officers and all of that stuff. So, yeah, it doesn't make sense that we got to pay for that. Stoner, if you're a pedo, your industry should fall. Absolutely. Cricket Kiss, because they all know about it and did nothing. Absolutely. Tony Rez, it's wild when you learn that Joe Biden's brother owned the island next to it. Yeah, they say Hunter Biden's got the tattoos on his back that represents those islands or something, you know, something along those lines. Either way, let's go ahead and get into this next one. Like I said, Carmelo Anthony's team releases a point of view video filmed on Ray-Ban Meta glasses. Now, I don't know why they said that. I don't know if that's advertisement or what, but whatever. And they're bragging about intimidating a female reporter. Now, again, listen and watch closely. I don't see the intimidation happening. I'm not defending this kid by any means. I'm just saying that that's kind of a wild thing to say when it's not very obvious. At least to me, it wasn't very obvious. So either way, we're going to go ahead and play this video really quick. Once again, this is Carmelo Anthony, which is the student that stabbed the other student at the track meet while he was sitting somewhere he wasn't supposed to. He was asked to move. He refused. He grabbed his knife inside of his backpack, made threats somewhere along the lines of, I wish you would, something like that. And the kid went to grab him or something, maybe to force him to move from underneath this tent that he was not supposed to be at. And he stabbed him in the heart and then fled. The police got him. He admitted to it. And then he asked the officer if it could be considered self-defense. He was on like $1 million bond. This judge shows up, lowers it to $250 million. This whole time he had a GoFundMe that raised like $1 million or something like that. They paid for his bond. His family has bought a $900,000 home and a brand new car, and he is now out on bond. I believe this is him being released from custody. Once again, this title is Carmelo Anthony's team releases a point of view video and brags about intimidating female reporter. Hit that like button over on Rumble as well as the Commie Tube, and let's get into this.
All right. Come on, man. Just follow back behind us. Just stay close, okay?
Carmelo, do you have anything that you'd like to say, Carmelo? Do you have anything that you'd like to say to the victim, to the family of the victim? Why were you armed, sweetheart? Carmelo, why were you armed at school? Explain your self-defense. How is this self-defense?
Excuse me.
Carmelo,
you want to say to the community that's donated?
Okay, again, I could not tell where the intimidation happened, but this is saying they're treating him like a celebrity. Anthony's family has also allegedly purchased a new car. The footage below was proudly filmed and posted after Anthony was released on bond. Point of view with Carmelo Anthony. Let's see, in quote it says, point of view with Carmelo Anthony. I gave the aggressive reporters that look once we got him into the car, and she gave me that nod and said, Addy gun threat. I don't know what the hell that means. Adigun threat. I guess it's a person's name. Presumably one of Anthony's security guards. Here, I'll show you what I'm reading. She knew at that point I was pissed. Move, lady. Anthony's family is reportedly living large after he admitted to stabbing Austin Metcalf in the heart for simply grabbing him. According to the Daily Mail, the family not only moved into a $900,000 home, but they also have a new car thanks to the suckers who helped the family raise nearly $500,000. So that's our update on Carmelo Anthony, obviously the kid that stabbed the other kid. We'll see how all of this turns out, but it's, we covered this now, but a couple hours ago we were covering the Dallas shooter, and he's getting the same kind of treatment. He's shaking hands with officers. They're all patting him on the back as he turns himself in. And something's weird is going on. All these violent criminals are being treated like they're celebrities and stuff. It doesn't make any sense. Next up, judge holds Trump admin in criminal contempt over deportations. They're trying once again to stop this mass deportation. It's a bunch of nonsense. It's coming up next, but first we're going to read through the chat, see what you hooligans think about Carmelo Anthony. Breeze by you. Ooh, gave her a look. Yeah. This is crazy. This kid's being treated like this is crazy. He's a murderer. Yeah, he is a murderer. Hair juicer, who the fuck calls murderer a sweetheart? Yeah, I was thinking that too. She's like, explain yourself, sweetheart. Like, wait a minute, you better back up. He might stab you in the heart. And like, shit. Breeze by you, I see no intimidation of the reporter. I didn't see it either. Josh 1776 thought the female reporter should have stabbed that guy of getting in her way. Yeah, it was self-defense. It was self-defense. Josh 1776, no thought in his eyes, just a soulless animal. Yeah. You would think he would feel bad. Usually when you make your first kill, you feel bad. Even like soldiers go through that. They're shooting the enemy and they feel bad. And I think most people do. Most people, not all people, but most people I think do feel bad, even if you're in a situation where you have to let somebody have it, right? They're hurting you, they're hurting someone else, they could potentially kill you, you got to fight back. Even if they don't die, a lot of times the stuff you have to do to another person makes you feel bad because you end up in a situation where you wish they would not have put you in that situation. It's not necessarily that you feel bad for the attacker, but you feel bad that you had to do that to the attacker. And that's what officers feel all the time and stuff like that. That kid doesn't seem like he feels bad at all. He thinks it was self-defense and it's okay. But any adult will tell you if they've had to defend themselves, they usually feel bad afterwards. Not necessarily for the attacker, but the fact that they had to become violent when they didn't want to. You know, a lot of times you want to talk things out, you want to go back home. Everybody wants to make it back home at the end of the day. And the fact that you didn't almost make it home makes you feel bad. The fact you had to get violent, that kid doesn't feel that. You can see it in his face. He's more worried about his new celebrity status as he goes back home to his $900,000 house. Stoner, when she called him sweetheart, that was sexual harassment. I agree. She shouldn't be catcalling him because of the way he's dressed. Yes. Equal rights. My feed. How did he know how to directly stab him for the kill? Most people who defend themselves stab for protection only, not on target as he did. That's messed up. Yeah, well, I think maybe it was by chance. He was sitting down. He had his hand in a bag. He was looking up. He's threatening the guy. You know, you come over here, I'm going to do something to you. The guy comes over, I assume, grabs him while he's in a sitting position, stabs him in the center mass, probably just randomly hit him in the heart. It probably wasn't targeted, but he should be in jail being treated as an adult because he's 17 years old, and he should be facing murder charges right now. That's what should be happening, in my opinion. Done. Why is that scum riding around like that? Have no idea. Just reading through and we'll get on to this next one. I'll resume or lock him up and throw away the key, then get his family on fraud charges. Yeah. It's crazy. Most people don't kill another person and then work their way up to being a millionaire. That's not usually how it goes. Ghostly, if I was the dad, I'd be on the news. Yeah. What's up, Stern? Happy freedom to you. Stern, I have an 18-year-old that's having meltdowns from the deportations that are getting talked about. It is hell. My 18-year-old is complaining about Trump and throwing all the stupid sex stuff in there. It's crazy. It's heartbreaking and maddening. Let's see. Yeah. I'm hoping she comes back around, but she lives on the internet. And that's the thing. It's the damn propaganda. It's the propaganda. It gets these young people think that if the news says something, it's true. That's why we cover so much crap. It's not that I want to sit here and cover the same shit over and over, but we want to hear these stories being told from red team, blue team, personally recorded videos from bystanders, capturing it live. We want to see these stories like 5-dimensional. We want to see it from all the way around, from different points of view and stuff, because that's the only way we can get an idea of how these situations actually occur. When you only get fed information by one source, if they lie to you, that is all the information you got. And so if we're watching blue team lie about it, we're watching red team, say it in their version, and then we got some Yahoo that was just standing in the lawn recording the shit, we could take these different points of views, and yeah, we might not get all the details, but we can get a pretty good idea of what happened. And that's the hard thing about young people, is they don't have any sense. And so they don't understand that the news will lie to you. or the news will could might you to death. This could happen. This could happen. This might happen. And we see that with Blue News. News Nation talks about it all the time. Talk about what they may do, what they might do, what they could do. And when you hear that language, you don't have enough sense when you're young to understand that those words are fictional language. When you're saying the Trump administration could do away with Social Security, these young people hear that and they're like, oh my God, he's going to take away Social Security. No, he could do it. You could grow wings and fly away today. You probably won't, but you could, you might, you may. And they don't understand that is fictional language. This is like a rounding up kind of language. And you may, could, might anything. It's very simple. You may, could, might anything. And that's what the news does. They don't want to be sued for slander or defamation of character or just blatantly lying about people. So they just say, well, this may, could happen. This might happen. And they talk like that. But young people don't get it. They're like, I saw it on the news. And it's like the normies are like that. But kids are especially susceptible to propaganda because they do not understand that words have meaning. And that's why they like the semantic shit, because they like their little labels and stuff. But they do not understand that they are bridging fiction. And they take a story that happened, and it may, could, might, which is the bridge to fiction, where they can spin it any way they want to. And these young people hear it, and they're like, that's facts. No, it's not. That is not facts. And that's why you got to watch so many different pieces of news about the same topic so you can get a well-rounded idea. Unless you know the people, you can go ask them directly, which most of us don't have that ability. And I feel bad for these young people because they're brainwashed hardcore. And I remember when I was young and I was a smart ass, I thought, but I was actually a dumb ass because you don't know shit when you're young. And so when you walk around with your chest out, got your nose in the air and stuff thinking you know everything, you actually don't know shit, and you're just over entitled and ignorant, and it sucks. Being young is hard. And right now we live in this digital age with social media that most of us didn't have to grow up in. And so they're so susceptible to the propaganda, and it really sucks because when you're young like that, you want to belong, and you're willing to like almost die for your cause, which is why these protesters are so gun-ho. And so it's a rough situation. It is a rough situation. Happy freedom to you, Stern. Rob, allegedly. Yeah, exactly. That kind of language right there. Johnny, imagine if he was white. Nah, they'd have killed him in jail. They'd be calling it hate crimes and everything else. Wayward asserole. I never had no asserole. Mm-hmm. Did you season this? It's delicious. Stop it. Holy. Wayward, Beau Biden's ex-wife bought the house that is behind J.D. Vance. That's kind of weird. Yeah, Wayward, that is kind of weird. See, Bo, Steve Bannon and others were sent to prison for fraud for spending donations like that open and shut fraud case. Yeah. They don't waste any time going after Republicans and conservatives. But man, when it comes to the Democrats, he's such a sweet boy. Or it's racism. Holding Democrats accountable is racism. It's a Pickle Rick. Happy freedom to you. Pickle Rick, if someone killed my son, I'd go full John Wick. Oh, absolutely. You pulling out the barbecue? I wish. I'm going to end up having to eat McDonald's today. Anyways, let's go ahead and move forward here. Let's see where we are. Judge holds Trump admin in criminal contempt over deportations. Oh, man, that mean orange man. He's trying to get these illegals up out of here. How dare he? Hit the like button over on Rumble as well as the CommuTube, and let's get into this.
So the federal judge who first placed an injunction on the Trump administration's deportation flights now says he has found probable cause to hold the Trump administration in contempt for failing to return 2 planes deporting migrants last month. Senior correspondent Rich Edson is live. He's got the very latest on that developing story. Hi, Rich.
Hey, good afternoon, Sandra. Well, U.S. District Judge James Boasberg says he has given Trump administration officials ample opportunity to explain their actions and that their responses have been unsatisfactory. He writes in this order, quote, "The court ultimately determines that the government's actions on that day demonstrate a willful disregard for its order, sufficient for the court to conclude that probable cause exists to find the government in criminal contempt." This is all over the administration's failure to return planes that left for El Salvador full of alleged gang members in mid-March. Boasberg says if the Justice Department refuses to answer his next questions, he will refer the matter for prosecution. Another federal judge is investigating the administration over deportations. This is in the mistaken removal of Kilmar Abrego Garcia last month to El Salvador, where President Nayib Bukele is jailing migrants from the U.S. in the country's maximum security prison. Attorney General Pam Bondi maintains Abrego Garcia is not returning.
We did the right thing. It was one additional step in paperwork that needed to be taken. Now he is declared as a foreign transnational gang member. So, Bill, even if President Bukele said, we'll send him back, all that would happen is one more step in paperwork and he would go right back to El Salvador.
A district court judge and the Supreme Court ordered the administration to facilitate Abrego Garcia's return to the U.S. The White House says, quote, "The criminal illegal immigrant is already home. He's a Salvadorian citizen." Now, Maryland Democratic Senator Chris Van Hollen has just landed in El Salvador. He says he is working to try to bring him back. Sandra, back to you.
Rich Edson live at the White House for us. Rich, thank you very much.
Hey, it's Will Kane. Click here.
Okay. So, judge standing in the way again. And it's stupid because this judge originally said that they had to stop the deportations because of due process, and he didn't say that until the planes were already in the sky. It became an international situation at that point. Judge doesn't have that kind of authority. They let the planes fly. They made it to El Salvador. The illegals got sent to the Supermax, and then he got real butthurt about that. So then they held off on the deportations to wait for the Supreme Court, who eventually overruled the case, saying no, because President Trump has that illegal alien act of, whenever, that he is within his right to make this mass deportation. Now the same judge is trying to say, well, because you didn't do what I said, now I'm holding you in contempt of court, as if the Supreme Court never said anything. And so I don't know who's letting these judges do this stuff. I mean, why don't they send the DOJ over there to go deal with this person? Like, yo, you are interfering either with an investigation or holding him as obstructing justice, because this is a mass deportation that needs to happen. They're illegal as soon as they came into the country. If they want to do due process and all of that, do Skype calls, do video calls with these fucking inmates, give them their due process, because that's how they did us during fucking lockdowns. Is that if you went to jail or you did something wrong, you didn't even get to see your attorney or the magistrate or the judge or anybody. Everything was done through video call. So why do we got to ship them back here just so we can put them in front of a judge that's going to turn around and go, yeah, you deserve to be deported, and then we got to ship them back? They got internet. Let's do video calls. We just line them all up one by one. Yep, you're getting deported. You're getting deported. You do it right there in Supermax. They wouldn't even have to leave the cell. They just wheel the cart by with a laptop on it, bring it in front of their cell, do the little video call. All right, next, buddy, you come over here and do the thing. And once every cellmate has done it, move to the next cell. Like, this is very simple. I don't know why they are overcomplicating everything that we voted for. I'm going to run for president one day, and we will get this shit done in a month. We'll spend the next 3.5 years just eating breakfast and shit and hanging out, just coming out with merch that's super patriotic. Like, I don't know. This slow roll thing is driving me nuts. Either way, next up we got Senator Dumbass, and we're going to play these 3 videos back to back. We were covering this guy yesterday. It's Senator Chris Van Hollen. Yesterday, he made a video claiming that he was going to go to El Salvador for that poor father from Maryland that was mistakenly sent to Supermax, that the Trump administration has said over and over and over again that he is not some poor father from Maryland. He is he's a known MS-13 gang member, and he's an illegal, and he deserves to be deported. On top of that, he is from El Salvador. So if he was just simply deported, he would already be in El Salvador, where he currently is in Supermax. When Bukele, which is the president of El Salvador, was meeting with the president, CNN asked a question about this situation, and Bukele said, no, he's not allowed to be here. He will never be allowed to ever come into the country again. So the most I could do is let him out of Supermax. But we don't want terrorists running around El Salvador, so I'm not releasing him. Well, the news continues to spin, like we heard today. Caroline Leavitt talked about it. Maybe it was Pam Bondi. It was one or the other. I don't know. At the beginning of the live, they were talking about how not only is he a piece of shit, MS-13 gang member, terrorist, illegal, but his wife, who keeps going on the news crying, oh, they took my husband and sent him to Supermax. He whooped her ass and stripped her naked. And they have court documents to prove it, because the police was going there for domestic violence and shit. So he is a piece of shit, and he is where he should be, in the Supermax in El Salvador. So, with that being said, Senator Chris Van Hollen wants to go there and talk to the guy, and wants to try and pull on the heartstrings of normies and idiots, and say, oh yeah, I went and talked to the poor man, and he's in Supermax fighting for his life, and it's all Trump's fault that he's there. Well, that's what he said he was going to do yesterday, and we got follow-ups today. This first video is titled, Senator Chris Van Hollen, which I refer to as Senator Dumbass, flew to El Salvador to pressure for the release of an MS-13 linked criminal instead of tackling crime in his own state. The second video is titled, Tom Homan blasts Democrats for visiting El Salvador, saying it is disgusting. It's obviously Tom Homan's opinion on Senator Dumbass. Then we got a video that is titled, No Meeting or Call, Van Hollen denied contact with Mr. Garcia, who is the illegal that was deported. Like I said, we're going to play these three videos back to back next. First, we're going to read through the chat, see what you hooligans think about this judge standing in the way of deportations once again. Zero, happy freedom to you. El Salvador isn't playing that shit. You're not wrong. Hair Juicer, that's funny and aggravating that he flew down there for them to be like, no, you can't talk to him. Yeah, Hair Juicer. It is. You'll see. It is funny that happened. Zero, Jeff's on a marathon live. Yeah, I don't know how that happened. I don't, I'm not sure. We're going on 4 hours, but I told you guys at the beginning, there was a lot of news today. My feed, he beat his wife and he belongs there. Absolutely. MU, Jeff has the hooligan votes. I appreciate you, MU. Pickle Rig, yeah, how come Americans are guilty until proven otherwise, which is once you're in their control in jail, you're hands down guilty to them no matter what, and they make you pay taxes for bad representation. Yeah, Pickle Rick. And it shouldn't be that way, but that's absolutely how they treat us. You are guilty until proven innocent. Ghostly, the reporter's shocked Pikachu face. I love that. Bill Clay, if you run for president, grow your dreadlocks back. It'd only be just up in the middle here. I have a dread mullet. The back would be fine, the sides would be fine, but it'd just be up the middle here. It'd be like a mohawk mullet. It'd be something we'd have to create a new name. My feed, Mike Johnson needs to grow some balls. I don't think he has balls to grow. I don't think he has the sack there to fill them, you know. I think that he's playing both sides, because Mike Johnson was saying that if these district judges continue to stand in the way of the Trump agenda, that they could remove them from their duty and then turn around and did nothing. And the Supreme Court overruled these judges. And here we are playing the game again. Where's Mike Johnson? You know, what is he going to say? It's not about what he says. When is he going to do something? You know, and he might not. Pickle Rick, bro, looking like the Hamburglar after prison in that photo. Yeah, he's not looking all slick like the Blue News likes to show him. Hey, thank you for being here, Screaming Eagle. Have a good night. Jack, judges with grudges need to swim with concrete slippers. I mean, they need something. They need accountability. That's what they need. Zero, did Trump ever arrive? Yeah, he did, and there was a lot of singing that everyone had opinions about. And then President Trump spoke for a little bit. We heard from Franklin Graham a little bit, and then they sat down for dinner. It was all right. Stern, the left is saying that he's not MS-13. They have no proof, and it pisses me off. Yeah, well, they don't want to see the proof. You could hand them the proof, they could hold it in their hands and still tell you that it's not proof. What? Stern, also my daughter is calling the prison a death prison and that they are killing them, and there's piles of burned bodies on Google Earth. Wow, Stern, that is crazy. I wonder who told her that, because Google Earth is not real time. Like, you couldn't go to Google Earth, come to show, go to where my house is, zoom in and see Klaus sitting in the window. It doesn't work like that. I wonder who told her. They're now using that as he has been killed already, so they can't get him out. That's crazy that they're saying that. Yeah, Stern, that is crazy. Damn. That's what I'm saying. The propaganda is it's so, and we got bigger problems. Why does everyone care about this one guy? There's like a billion people in our country worry about this one illegal that ain't even supposed to be here, as if we don't have our own problems. I don't know. Bob Lizard, judge is butthurt with Supreme Court, so he's trying to be relevant, but he's not. Yeah, you're right, Bob. You are right. Johnny, I can't even say that out loud. I don't know what that is. Mohawklety? We need a better name than that. The Mohawk mullet. We got to figure it out. The Hawk mullet. I don't like that either. We'll have to figure it out. Steve S., the public doesn't care. The mainstream media does and tells the public that they care about it. You are right, Steve S. You are absolutely right. Wayward. What about Muskegon? Unless that's not what you're saying there. Some powdered dreads. Instead of a powdered wig, I show up with powdered dreads. Our forefathers would be proud. Yep, and the Mohawk mullet. I ain't never seen that. Just strutting. Wearing hooligan gear. Very nice. I'm gonna get a custom suit. It's got hooligan badges all over it, like the Gucci shit. It's got the G's and the dots and all that, but it's little hooligan badges. I might tell Alistair to put that shit together. Anyways, like I said, we're going to play these 3 videos back to back. It ain't going to be too terribly long, but it'll be all the information we need. Plus, this will wrap up the news, and we can finally get into our fun stuff today. Like I said, this first video is titled Senator Chris Van Hallen, also known as Senator Dumbass, flew to El Salvador to pressure for the release of MS-13 linked criminal instead of tackling crime in his own state. All right, so I think in this video, he is in El Salvador. He had just landed in El Salvador. So yesterday we heard that he was going to, and here we are. So hit that like button if you got one, and let's get into this.
I just landed at the airport in San Salvador a little while ago. I'm now en route into the city, looking forward to meeting with the team from the American Embassy. And I do want to thank our Foreign Service officers and the whole team at this embassy and embassies around the world for all the good work they do on behalf of our country. I'm proud to co-chair the bipartisan Foreign Service Caucus that stands up for the men and women who are serving our country overseas and at home in the State Department. After that, I hope to meet with some high-level government officials from El Salvador. As I've said before, the goal of my visit is to talk to people here about the release of Kilmar Abrego Garcia. I told his wife and his family I would do everything possible to bring him home, and we're going to keep working at this until we're successful. I also hope to have the chance to meet with him, but we'll have a better idea if that works out a little later on.
Okay, so it could not be more obvious that he is grifting his constituents. Very obvious, right? I'm here to do this and discuss the release of this terrorist and blah, 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 pretending I'm doing something good. It's very obvious that's what he's doing. So moving from that into video 2 of 3 here, this is an interview with Tom Homan giving his opinions on what he thinks a senator dumbass pulling these gimmicks trying to get a little attention over here.
So Maryland Democratic Senator Chris Van Hollen is heading to El Salvador today, where a legal immigrant and suspected MS-13 gang member Kilmar Abrego Garcia is being held while the Trump administration fights his return to the U.S.
I don't even know if we announced this, but I am planning tomorrow to go to El Salvador to work to bring him home. The Trump administration themselves admitted in federal court that he was wrongfully abducted from the United States.
Truly incredible. This comes as House Democrats were reportedly planning to send a delegation to the mega prison where he's being held. Let's bring in the man himself. Border Czar Tom Homan joins us now. Tom, I just want to focus on one portion when the senator said that he was abducted. As the former leader of ICE, what do you say to him?
He wasn't abducted. He's an MS-13 gang member, classified as a terrorist that was removed from this country. So we got rid of a dangerous person, an El Salvadoran national, was returned to the country of El Salvador, so he's home. We removed him from the United States. He's a public safety threat. That's exactly what should have happened. And I'm just disgusted that any congressional representative is going to run to El Salvador at his aid. When yesterday, I read in his state, an illegal alien charged with murder was released back into the community, and not the ICE detainer wasn't honored, and ICE had to go find him in his state. In his state, the murder of Rachel Murrin yesterday. Listen to the testimony and listen to the mother on Handy last night. If you're not human, then your heart wasn't broken. It's just in his state. But rather than taking care of the constituents in his state, the victims of illegal crime in his state, he's going to run to El Salvador to protect an MS-13 terrorist. It's just disgusting.
You just talked about that sound from Patty Moore and Rachel's mom. We actually have it. Let's play it.
I'm very angry. I'm actually outraged, but I'm too sad at the moment to show anger at the same time. There was no action on the Democratic Party in any way, from Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, Mayorkas, anyone here in Maryland, none of the senators did anything to help search for the murderer of my daughter.
Tom, where were the phone calls? Where were the congressional delegations at her funeral, supporting her family when she was killed?
They don't care.
By an illegal.
They don't care. When further on in the testimony, in her interview, she talks about how her young daughter died, how she suffered, how she fought for her life, just like Laken Riley. For how long? 17 minutes she fought for her life. That young girl didn't want to die. So these congressmen and senators, how do these women die? Look how they fought for their lives. Do they have daughters? Do they have any care at all for American citizens that are victims of these crimes? But they're loud and screaming now about this MS-13 gang. I mean, where were they when we had 12 million illegal aliens coming across the border? Where were they when we had a 600% increase in sex trafficking? Where were they when we had 4,000 aliens dying making this journey under Joe Biden? Where were they with 250,000 Americans dying from fentanyl? It's just ridiculous. Every day I can't believe what I'm hearing. Yesterday I hear about a case in Washington State. 2 illegal aliens from Venezuela kidnapped and tortured and tried to kill a woman, robbing her using a power drill, torturing her and drilling through her hand. Every day I sit at the White House and hear these cases of sanctuary cities not helping ICE remove public safety threats from their communities.
Well, Tom, the proof is in the pudding, and we're looking at the border now, and there's just no there's a stark contrast between the border now versus under Joe Biden. Here's some of the footage right there where you can see during the Biden years, and now look at it now. I mean, it's almost operational control, and it's just not the imagery. When you look at the numbers, 95% down when it comes to those crossing numbers. How are you able to get it done and so quickly with no legislation passed?
Because I work for the greatest president of my lifetime, Donald Trump. He secured that border in 5 weeks. He did in 5 weeks what Joe Biden couldn't or wouldn't do in 4 years. Today, as we're talking right now, Lawrence, we have the most secure border in my lifetime right now because of President Trump's actions. And again, get back sanctuary cities, they want to keep their game going. So here's what we're going to do. I'm going to get together with Secretary Noem. We're going to flood these sanctuary cities with federal agents. If we can't arrest a bad guy in the jail, we're going to arrest him on the street. We got to do it stronger. We got to do it faster. If we can't do it in the streets, then we're going to increase worksite enforcement operations in those sanctuary cities. We're going to flood worksite enforcement operations. If we can't arrest them at the home, then we'll arrest them at workplace. We're coming to sanctuary cities. We're going to put all hands on deck. Sanctuary cities are not going to get away with this illegality that's killing Americans at record numbers. I'm disgusted at every representative on the Hill who isn't fighting with ICE to arrest every public safety threat, every national security threat roaming around these communities. President Trump made a promise. We're going to keep that promise.
Well, the proof is in the pudding, as I said. He's definitely keeping his promise, and so are you, Tom. Thanks for joining the show this morning.
Thank you.
I'm Steve Ducey.
Tom Homan, not having it. He's tired of going on TV and saying the same shit over and over again. They're illegal. They shouldn't be here. He's the one who's got to talk to these families and stuff. It's terrible. We had to listen to that woman crying during the press briefing earlier today because that's the mother of that blonde woman that they were just showing in the video there. While she was describing to us that she has a square hole in the back of her cranium because of her daughter's head being smashed into the rocks over and over again before she was raped. So, yeah, like God only knows what goes on in Tom Homan's head because he's had to come across these bodies, deport the people that did it, speak to the families of the victims over and over and over. Then he gets on TV and Democrats are like, well, you're a piece of shit and you're rolling out the Trump agenda and you're sending out these blue team voters. You're deporting these illegals to El Salvador and Gitmo and places like that. And he's like, yeah, that's what you do. That's what you do with these kind of people. But, of course, the left doesn't want to hear that. So we're going to get into our third video of this topic. This will be wrapping up the news for the day, and we can finally get into the fun stuff. Let's get this pulled up really quick, and I'll read off the title to you. Now, we're getting back to Senator Dumbass here. This is titled, No Meeting or Call, Van Hollen Denied Contact with Mr. Garcia, which is the terrorist piece of shit.
So I asked the vice president if I could meet with Mr. Abrego Garcia. And he said, well, you need to make earlier provisions to go visit CCOT. I said, I'm not interested at this moment in taking a tour of CCOT. I just want to meet with Mr. Abrego Garcia. He said he was not able to make that happen. I asked him if I came back next week, whether I'd be able to see Mr. Abrego Garcia. He said he couldn't promise that either. So I asked him if I could get on the phone, either video phone or just a phone, and talk to Mr. Abrego Garcia. So I could just ask him how he's doing so I could report back to his family. He said he could not arrange that. He said maybe if the American embassy were to ask, maybe that could happen. So I will certainly ask the American embassy to ask the government of El Salvador to connect us by phone. I asked him how about his family? How can he talk to his wife so that she can hear his voice? I let him know that the family has requested that. He said he was not sure whether he could make that happen. This is an unsustainable and unjust moment, so it cannot continue this way.
Okay, Senator Dumbass there flew all the way to El Salvador for no reason. No reason. They didn't let him do anything. And I'm sure it was tax dollars that paid for that trip. He's out here just doing gimmicks for spotlight and attention. That's what it really is. He doesn't care about Garcia. Garcia's a piece of shit. Like, why would anybody care about that guy? He's getting what is coming to him. It's his fault. He should have never came in the country illegally. Shouldn't have been a violent piece of shit. Should have left before President Trump got him. He didn't do any of those things. He is where he is supposed to be. The Trump administration keeps, saying that over and over and over again, confirming it. And again, they want to spin the story like he's some poor father from El Salvador. Yeah, I don't think so. Or from Maryland. I mean, he's actually from El Salvador, but either way. Now we can finally get into the fun stuff. We will be opening today's Advent calendar door from Hair Juicer. Then we got our 2 funny videos of the day. First one's titled Some Days Are Harder Than Others. And our official funny video of the day is titled Trump Reading His Morning Brief in the Oval Office. All of this coming up next. But first, we're going to read through the chat and see what you hooligans think about that whole mess that we just covered there. Josh1776, what about the Pokemon door? We're going to do the survival calendar first, and then we'll move on to the Pokemon one. I don't want to do them back to back. I don't want to run through them. I want to make sure we have an Advent calendar door every day for the live, so I don't want to rush through them. Sibo, this guy scissors. Yeah, I bet he does. Holy, Hair Juicer. Yeah, your neighbor sounds like a piece of work. Zero, yeah, he's pissed. Yeah, Homan, he's tired of this stuff. Josh1776, tonight I'll pay the toll and get Taco Bell. I'm sorry, Mr. Toilet. I should go get some Taco Bell. 17 minutes. Yeah, defending your life for 17 minutes seems like an eternity. Most fistfights only last a couple minutes. Like, it seems like it lasts a long time. Sometimes you watch World Star, it might last 5 minutes. But that's a long 5 minutes. If you've ever had to defend yourself like that, it's like time moves in slow motion. Like I was mentioning earlier, you don't want to have to engage with somebody violently. And to defend your life for 17 minutes and then ultimately die at the end, that's terrible. That's torture. I mean, that's torture. To defend your life for that long seems like an eternity. Josh1776, alternate days, Pokemon is survival gear. We'll see. I'll think about it. Appeal to Heaven kind of sounds like the one that they want to talk with in El Salvador is dead already, so you can't speak to him dead. I mean, it could be. I was thinking that after Stern had informed us what's going on, what he's hearing from his daughter and young people and stuff. But the thing is this Supermax is not jail. It's not jail. It's not like when you go to a cell and you got a phone mounted on the wall and you just go and put your commissary code in or whatever and pay for your phone call. It's not like that. It's Supermax. It's cement and bars. That's it. Like, the people that are there they're considered terrorists. So there is no phone call. There ain't no visitation day or anything. It's not jail. It is not jail. And so, I mean, yeah, it does seem like it does feed into the possibility that he might already be dead or something like that. But I think the deal is that there's no grace for these people. These people are monsters. They don't deserve phone calls. They don't deserve visitations. They don't deserve commissary or, board games being sent in the mail. Every time we see people from Supermax, they're not playing cards. They are not slamming dominoes. They are not watching TV. This is not jail. And that's probably why they're broken. When they show these inmates and they have them speaking to the cameras and stuff, yeah, their whole face is tattooed with random bullshit and whatever because they're MS-13 or whatever they are, Tren de Aragua or anything like that. They are broken. They know they will never leave that place. And so this guy's like, oh, his family can't even call him. And yeah, he's in the equivalence of hell on earth. Like, there's no phone call there. And so, yeah, I mean, it does play into, like I said, the whole realm of, the left is saying that it's a death camp or whatever, and he may already be dead. Yes, that's a possibility. But I don't think that's the case. I think that he has a lot of attention and that it's a whole lot of work for one person while they're trying to run this supermax that's full of monsters. And so I don't know. I mean, I'm open to any idea out there, but I don't necessarily think he's dead. I think that he just doesn't, he's not in a position to deserve any contact with the outside world. And that's just my opinion. I don't know anything about it, but that's just what I'm thinking. Jack, they've earned their place in CCOT. Yeah, absolutely. Pickle Rick, I'm not a vigilante. I just believe in justice. Snooks, I could barely breathe when that mother was talking about the mother at the press briefing. Yeah, it was rough. They didn't even give us news. They just brought her out. She told that sad story, and then they left. And I was not really expecting that. Silverwolf, can I get your autograph? You're on my TV in my living room. You're a movie star. Thanks, Silverwolf. I was just saying, I think to Pickle Rick, I'm trying to figure out when we're going to do this hooligan potluck. I need to get it planned. I think we're going to go to a state park. Maybe the one in Silver Lake because it's pretty nice. The only thing I don't like about the state park in Silver Lake is that it's hard to get phone signal. And maybe it's changed. I haven't been there in a while, but it's really nice. It's got places to swim. It's got a nice sandbar. So if you got little ones with you or anything like that, they're totally safe out there. Camping space, places to grill, picnic tables to hang out. It's usually nice out there. It's well maintained and all of that. It's in a safe place, right? It's a state park. So I've been considering that. I'm thinking we're going to do the hooligan potluck probably in August, around that time because, you know, summer's busy, right? We wait all year for summer. Lots of events early on in summer. And then, of course, we got the 4th of July. Usually around here after 4th of July, the tourists start going home. Traffic's not so bad, things like that. So I'm trying to figure out things for the hooligan potluck because I really want to do one this year. And so I've been kind of focusing on that right now. But Silverwolf, if you want an autograph, you show up at the hooligan potluck and I'll sign your tits. It'll be good. Plastic Quack, I love Tom. I'd work for him. He's a no BS kind of guy. Yeah, Plastic Quack, I feel the same way. Elder Zoomer, literally the biggest invasion in human history. Is it the biggest in human history or just American history? Because I could believe that it'd be the biggest in American history, but maybe it is in human history because 25 million illegals is a lot of people. Wad, good luck to you, Hill. Why even say that? No, I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say. You're a badass hair juicer. Guess who? He's just a fine man from Baltimore. Yeah. Guess who? Trendy Aqua. The left's favorite bottled water. Yep. We should make memes. Status quo, happy freedom to you, Silver Lake. Are there mosquitoes large enough to carry you away? No, I don't think the mosquitoes are that bad. I'll go, okay? Before we get it all nailed down, I'll go visit out there. We'll see if the mosquitoes, they're not out yet. But once it gets warm outside, probably the end of May, I'll go out to Silver Lake and I'll see how things are out there. I expect everything to be fine. But no, there's not usually mosquitoes out there. What's up, RC Dude? Happy freedom to you. RC Dude, if you're in that prison, you lose all your visits. You never see or talk to your family ever again. Yeah, exactly. And I don't think they're grasping the seriousness of the Supermax out there. Status quo, Supermax is what prison is intended to be. Yeah. Well, and that's what I'm saying. I think that the public is used to all this kind of special treatment. Even when people go to prison, they still get commissary. They get phones smuggled in. They get drugs smuggled in. They get visitations every week. They get phone calls whenever they want to. They got phones in the cell, and that's if they don't have a cell phone that's been smuggled in. Supermax is not that. It is hell on earth. What's up, Joker? Happy freedom to you. Joker, that's because Trump is deporting the lefties' voter base. Yep, that's exactly right. Cam, there is no illegal activity in the Supermax down there. Yeah, they don't even get to stand up straight. They got to stand up gay. Okay. Like I said, we're going to be getting into the fun stuff here. I couldn't help it. SIBO, ticks are terrible in Ohio anymore. There might be ticks up here, but like I said, I've gone to the Silver Lake State Park many, many times. Never had problems with ticks or anything like that. And I'll consider other areas. I just like that spot out in Silver Lake, but I'll consider some other areas. I just want you guys to know I am trying to work on these hooligan potluck. We've been wanting to do it for years. I've been waiting to get into a house instead of being in this tiny apartment, but God only knows if I'll ever make it into a house. So somebody had suggested a couple months ago that we do a state park, and I think that's the way to go. Everything's almost everything's provided. We just got to bring food and show up, and it'll be a good time. Maybe we'll even go for a flag walk. Pickle Rick, is it near Zog Island? I don't know what that is, Pickle Rick. I don't think so. Done. Don't swim in Michigan. You'll gain appendages. No, that's not true. Kevin, ticks aren't real. I've never seen one in my life. Nah, they're real. They're real here at least, but I've never had them mess with me. Also, I seen someone say hawklet for a mullet mohawk. A hawklet. I kind of like that. Gotta grow out the hawklet. What's up, Shark? Happy freedom to you. Oh, I appreciate you being here. What's up, Qfishel? BitChute. Oh, I'm surprised BitChute's still around. I tried to upload stuff to BitChute, and they either remove my shit or they make it so it don't play. So I just stopped messing with them. Way right out here, they have to pee sitting down. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. Zero. Well, I will say when we get down to it, I don't want people going and doing bad things. So it's good that there's more than one Silver Lake. Either way, we're going to go ahead and get into the fun stuff finally. How long have we been live? We've been live all damn day. 4 hours and 20 minutes. Good stuff. It's good coffee with hooligans today. Like I mentioned earlier, we're going to be opening today's door from the advent calendar that was sent to us by Hair Juicer. And we got 2 funny videos of the day coming up next. But first, I want to remind you hooligans really quick, if you would like to support the live to keep us running, you're welcome to use those links in the description in order to send donations. You could do that by using PayPal, Cash App, Stripe, Zelle, Venmo, Locals, Buy Me a Coffee. You can even send crypto. Like I said, we're getting into the advent calendar that Hair Juicer sent us. Let me see. Here we go. Bam. Let's see what we get today. Today is day 2. Got this gaper hole here because the first day we got this neat little pouch here, and I think that's what we're going to put all the goodies in. Let's see what we get today. Today is day 2. Where's the 2? All right, we found it. It's that damn Michigan education system. I didn't recognize the 2 while it was staring me in the face. Yo, I don't know if things got moved around or what. There is literally nothing in the 2 slot. This is day 2, and there is nothing here. So I don't know if this little piece of plastic right here is supposed to be it or what, but they gypped me on the number 2. I have no idea how that happened. Maybe it is this little, I don't want to pull from a different spot. Yeah, that's not related to it. Okay, so apparently today, Let's open day 3 then. We got to get something. Let me see here. Day 3. I cannot believe that. This is your fault, Klaus Daniels. What'd you do? You show up yesterday, smuggle it out of the package? You're a clever hooligan, cat. We're going to open day 3 because I don't know what happened with day 2. Maybe we'll find it in another spot. This is from day 3. I think it's a rape whistle. I know, I just blew your guys' plans for the hooligan potluck. Now I got a whistle. You can't rape me, but we'll see if I blow it or not. Anyways, this is what we got today. Nice little rape whistle. You don't get to use this. Yes. Thank you, Hair Juicer. I appreciate you. Let's put it in the survival bag here. Go ahead and get this filled out. There we go. Appreciate you, Hair Juicer. Thank you. All right, hooligans. Holy. Let's get into our funny videos. Let's get this first one pulled up. Yes, this one right here. This first one is titled, "Some Days Are Harder Than Others." That's how Cat Daniels feels waiting 4 hours for his fancy feast. That's all right. Let's get into our official funny video of the day. Ah, yes. This is titled, "Trump Reading His Morning Brief in the Oval Office."
China could dominate the world economy in the next decade. Confucius say, I do not think this story had much validity. I don't think we're going to use that one.
Good Lord.
That's messed up. Like Ron Burgundy. I am the anchor man. Anyways, that is all the coffee I had for you guys today. I'm going to grab this Linktree link really quick. We're going to drop it in all of the chats. And we're going to read through them. We got the Pledge of Allegiance coming up next. Also, I'm going to drop the link for the merch store and Alistair in all of the chats because I think I forgot to do that earlier. I got sidetracked. Today it's been one hell of a live, I'll tell you that. All right, let me grab these other links really quick. You guys are going to get spammed with links. I'm going to have to ban myself. Now my stomach's growling. Good Lord. All right, there is Alistair's link. And here's the merch store link so you guys can go get cool merch. All right. Anyways, out of those links, I did drop the Linktree link where all of my links are listed. So if you'd like to make donations, join membership programs, or purchase any merch, I would really appreciate it. All of your guys' contributions keep us running every day except for Sunday because we got to have a day to recharge those batteries. Definitely go join Discord. Discord is our free hooligan community. It's the best way to be notified every single time we go live. The hooligans are there keeping the conversation going 24/7. We have 2 news boards to keep you up to date with everything going on around the world. So definitely go join Discord. If you're feeling real saucy, go join jeffmaclive.com. Over on the website, it is the best way to experience the live. Our built-in chat has more ability than any other platform. You can post memes and GIFs and custom emojis and links and all kinds of stuff right there while watching the live. You also have access to Hooligans Alley, which is our private social media area. You'll have access to the forums, the arcade, and our advanced messaging system with the built-in group chats. So definitely go get yourself a membership for jeffmaclive.com. It's the home of the hooligans. Like I said, we're going to read through and we got the Pledge of Allegiance coming up next. Your juicer Moose had judged you all. Very nice. Very nice. Thank you, Zero. I appreciate you being here with us. Josh 1776. Never. How could it be a man-bear-pig mating call? I mean, you never know. You never know. Zero, test the whistle. But everyone's going to think I'm getting raped. And then they'll smile when they think I'm not getting helped. I don't want to do it. It's going to be loud. I don't want to do it. You got to blow really hard and it's going to be screaming loud. Josh, blow it. Stop. You put that away. You put that away. Here, Juice, you get a bag and that's all. Yes. Here, Juice, you got to survive on your own. That's what was in door number 2. The realization you're on your own. Thanks. Jeff 1776. It was air. Air is needed for survival, and you lost it. Yeah, I guess. You hooligans are cracking me up. Josh 1776. Do a soft blow. That's what I told her, but she never did. You hooligans are cracking me up. What's up, Happy Finger? Happy freedom to you. Stoner. As long as it doesn't end up in Klaus's bum. You watch yourself around my whistle, buddy. I don't know why you always got... Jesus, I didn't even think about that. I had to pull a stick out of Klaus, and the other day I had to pull a string out of him. I'm not pulling the whistle out. He just walk around farting and whistling. I'm like, what the fuck? It's terrible. That was terrible. Bill Clay, you mean it's not an episode of Hooligans Up All Night? I mean, it's turning into it. Pickle Rick, what does your stomach say? I think it says, I love lasagna. I love that Rick and Morty episode. Sibo, it's not rape if it's a Democrat. I mean, I guess. Josh 1776, Chinese sweatshop worker coughed a new virus into it for you to start your survival. Yeah, I'm going to be patient zero, damn it. Holy. Are you sure it's not a dog whistle? Or is it call more rapists? I mean, I don't know. I haven't got a chance to blow it yet. I'm going to go outside and blow it, and we'll see who shows up first. What's up, Hidu? Happy freedom? I don't know how you missed the whole thing. We've been live all damn day. It's going to be one hell of a replay. Now my eyes are going to be all messed up again. I don't know what I did. It's Klaus Daniels fart dust in my eye. Something. Johnny had a hall monitor named Mrs. Hooley. Dang, the original hooligan. Teasel, it's a deer whistle. It better not be. Go outside and there's a bunch of Bambi Al-Qaeda sitting out there. Nah. What's up, Salty Ragu? Happy freedom? You got 4 minutes and then it's bedtime. Those days are kind of rough. That's enough time to drink beer, though. I'll tell you that. Zero. Patient zero. Sorry, Jeff. Nah, it'll be all right. Mac Daddy, that'll start jumping on my hood. Probably out there prancing and whatnot and doing what deer do. Anyways, let's go ahead and do the thing. Please join me for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right. I was thinking funny things in my head and it took everything I had not to laugh while I was doing the pledge. Anyways, we did the thing. We're going to go ahead and read through the chat one last time, and we are going to be wrapping this up. We will be live again tomorrow at 3 p.m. Eastern time for the very next Coffee with Hooligans. I'll keep an eye out in case Caroline Leavitt wants to do a press briefing, and I will do my best to be able to cover President Trump live. So definitely make your way back here tomorrow. Like I said, 3 p.m. Eastern time. We'll be doing Coffee with Hooligans. We're going to read through them. We're wrapping her up. You do. The Bambi Al Qaeda, you got to watch out, especially if you drive a Subaru. It's their favorite flavor of death. Pickle Rick, it was mainly a teethy blow, not soft at all. Well, you deserve to get your money back. Stern Jeff's going to blow it. I didn't know that's why Hair Juicer got me a whistle. So you guys can rag on me so damn hard. Thank you for being here, Magic Moon. I hope you have a great evening as well. Thank you, Bob Lizard. Appreciate you being here. I love you too, Hair Juicer. Salty Ragu. May you all sleep with a booby in your hand. Very nice, Salty Ragu. Thank you for the blessings. Thank you, Appeal to Heaven. Pickle Rick. Whistling Dixie Klaus Bun. Yeah, I don't need that. I got enough problems. Thank you for being here, Elder Zoomer. Thank you, Tony Rich. Josh 17 are you supposed to blow while they're raping you? You mean the whistle? All right, that's enough rape talk. Come on now. Have a good night, Bill. Thank you for being here. Thank you, Appeal to Heaven. All right, hooligans, we are wrapping this up. Like I said, we will be live again tomorrow, 3 p.m. Eastern time for the very next Coffee with Hooligans. I appreciate all of you guys being here. Go and have a fantastic night. Go get yourself some good food. I'm going to try and do the same, but definitely make your way back to us tomorrow, 3 p.m. Eastern time for the very next Coffee with Hooligans. Huge shout out to everyone that made donations, joined the membership programs, or purchased any merch. I really appreciate all of you hooligans, and I wouldn't be able to do any of this if it wasn't for you. So thank you so much for all your support, and I'll see you on the next live. Until then, stand tall, shine bright, and that's a wrap.